And we are live. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Sorry I couldn't stream yesterday, but I had pretty much a hectic day and I just wanted to take the day off. But I'm back, y'all. And I'm back. So, as we left off, as we pretty much conquered the Sudeten land as it is stand. And we also sent expeditionary forces
Angetreten.
over in China right now, or should I say Japan? Yeah, it's Japan that we was helping out. And we're gonna put a High Scuderian as the general for this right here. Actually, hold on. Let's erase this right here. Due to the fact that there's a river right here, let's try to conquer this area right here in the three tile formation. So let's go ahead, make the front line right here. Oh, there's no problem. Ravioli, you good, man. Listen, as long as you come by and you hit the like button, it's much appreciated. That's enough right there for me, brother. Let's go ahead and make the offensive line four tile prone. Let's go ahead and give Heinz Darian a trait of a Panzer Expert as well. How was your day today, Ravioli? How you doing? And we also got to go back to the Spanish War, see how this is going on. So let's go all the way to the other side. Oh, we're pretty much done with this. So let's go off and it's mountain terrain.
Angetreten.
Let's put Eric von Mashstein in the four tile. Let's capture the rest of this. And that much terrain compared to here. We can route them out. Give them guerrilla fighter too. We're gonna need that when we go to war. When we do our attack against the West. And back at home, we pretty much got Czechoslovakia surrounded as it stands. They're pretty much gonna give up their territory anyway. As far as our industry, really can't do nothing at the moment. But we do need some radar. Well, radio and radar. I need to start building some radar also. We are going to need some more tungsten, so let's go ahead and get some at the moment. You can get it from Portugal, actually. Well, wait a minute, hold on. Before we even do any of that, who do I owe tungsten to? Yeah, let's get it from Portugal because they're non-aligned at the moment. They're actually trying to align with us, which is work out better on our favor. We have 154 political power, so let's see what the Congress look like. I mean, I'm pretty much the majority of the party. I'm not even going to worry about it. Going to military conversion, supply hub construction speed plus 10. I don't want to use him now. I'd rather use him after the war. But we can go ahead and use Rudolph Hess. We can get political power off him, so let's try that. As far as our military goes, right now we're trying to build an infantry division of, what is it, squadron of 10 times 2, so we're looking at 20 divisions for that, and then we're doing another panzer division, which is 10 by 2, which is 20, so in total we're going to have 20 panzer divisions, as it be. There's nothing else left to do but just let the clock run at the moment. So let's go ahead and let the clock run. Well, I gotta fix this trade too. There we go. I got my tungsten back. I'm good. I'm green on that. So we need more dockyards. Dockyards are also going to be important for this war. And we got another SIF, so let's go ahead and, what do I want to add this to? Do need fighter planes. I'm at 87. This is not good. Let's go ahead and cut back to this. Let's add 3 to this. Cut this down to 2. Army at the moment is doing real good in Spain. Let's go back in China and see how they going.
Ausrücken! Vorwärts, Männer!
Get away from there. You know what? No, y'all gonna get routed. Take this, erase this. Run here. Let's just cover this corner for now, just for the XP purposes.
Ausrücken!
No, whoa. I don't need y'all going over there. I need y'all
Greift weiter
going over
an!
here. Man.
Bereit!
Jesus. Good job, man.
Ausrücken!
Oh no. Just go over here. Trap down.
Befehle?
Take this over and that should be it.
Greift weiter an!
Slovenia's done. Our field hospitals are done also. Let's pause just for a moment. Pick another focus, which is probably going to be... Army experience is going to be plus 20, 2 times for cost of reduction of land doctrine, times 1 on 100 research burdenness, basic tanks, tanks with chassis, improved medium tank chassis, advanced medium tank chassis with Sonderkampfer von Schweigen. Alright, pick that. 200 some days away. I ain't got time for that. Put him on research.
Los! Ausrücken!
Well, let's end this nonsense here. I got so many trucks. I need to put this more on like close air support. Oh, needed that. London Conference, using the annexation of Austria and the German Reich as a basis of claim, Germany has now demanded the rightful return of the former Austrian territory near Slovenia and Yugoslavia. In response to the signatories of the Treaty of Versailles have gathered in London to discuss the solution to the Slovenian question. This great peace conference has led to the decision that Yugoslavia should cede Slovenia to Germany in the name of a lasting peace. Considering itself abandoned by the great powers of Europe, Prince Paul government sees no option but to sign the agreement as presented. I don't want to force labor on nobody. Go like that. Armor's done. Are these guys still exercising? Yes, they are. Cut that out. The Smeggy Bean 6000. Holy crap, I didn't believe my eyes. An English speaking horse stream. Impossible. Hey, how you doing, man? Good afternoon, man. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe as you in here. I mean, I do speak English, but I also speak fluent Spanish also. Not what I wanted to do. It's not what I wanted to do neither. Get out of the screen. Oh, I speak about 5 words. The Smeggy Bean 6000 said I speak about 5 words of Spanish. Hey, some Spanish is better than no Spanish, right? I don't want to do that. I gotta get out of the screen. There I go. That's what I really want. I want to see the terrain. You doing historical? Smeggy Bean 6000 said, "You doing historical Germany today?" Yeah, I am doing historical Germany, and it's on recruit because yes, I'm like a brand new. I'm a brand new Hoi 4 player, so I'm still trying to learn. Really can't get no other trait than that. That sucks, bro. That's tough. That could be nice. Soaking that one. Alright. Anyway. Oh, cool. Me too. I'm gonna need this whenever people decide to repel against me. Or whenever there's a counter defense. Or counter attack, should I say, not counter defense. There's no such thing as a counter defense. It amounts to 100 plus 120 political power. I'll take it. We got another Sif. Military Sif at that. I need a tactical bomber because I'm about to bomb the heck out of Europe. Never mind, you did. I'm blind as you know what. Ignore. Nah, you good, bro, man. Hey, listen, if you got any opinions or whatnot, don't be afraid to talk about it or tell me, bro. Listen, this is a chill stream, man. This ain't one of those 2K streams where people get super toxic for nothing. Or one of those Call of Duty streams that people just get straight toxic. I gotta leave that for High School Darian when he comes back. I also got attention to you because you're gonna be part of that high command. Hey, no problem, man. Spirit of the Army. Professional Officer Corps. Army experience +5. Cavalry attack supply. Let me stop this clock real quick. COD for real, the most toxic stuff out there, man. Listen, it's beyond toxic. Like, some of the stuff that they fight over is beyond ridiculous. Some of the stuff is just mind-boggling to me. I can get blitz later on. I'm not even worried about it. Do gotta put something for the Air Force though. Proper heritage is bad unless you're doing cavalry for Poland. Pro officer corps is good. You talking about for air? You talking about pro officer for air? Oh, you talking about pro for? You talking about this right here for army experience? Get land doctrine, cavalry attack. Yeah, pro officer corps is good. Okay. You know what? Let me look at something real quick. Heavy tank unit design cost is 100 less. You know. Okay, let me go ahead. We're gonna go with your judgment, bro. If we're wrong, we're wrong. We'll just start it all over and figure it out from there, bro. I kind of like the experience because I got a couple of divisions right now. They're at level 5, and they're like at. And I got another one that's about 10 deep, 15 deep. They're at level 4, so. I know the Air Force. Yeah, that's true. I was thinking about the oil. That's why I was about to pick it, but I said, no, I'm going to go with that, with what you said, because it made sense. Motorization drive can be good, but you want a lot of oil for it. Or better if you going for heavy tanks and stuff. I was thinking since they're going to be a law of fighting right after Poland, I can go ahead and just build a whole bunch of heavy tanks afterwards and just make another tank template or another armor template or panzer template, should I say. I just need it for the air superiority whenever I'm about to fight Great Britain. I think this is going to be more valuable, if anything. And I'm out of points. That's fine. I really don't give a damn about that. I mean, I do, but I don't at the same time. States work for the military can be good for the army spirit if you need a lot of political power. I mean, I really don't. I mean, the political power is pretty much at 80 right now. I mean, and I got Rudolph Hess right here also. That gives me a plus 15%. Along with another 15 right there. So I'm kind of like trying to double up on that. 15, 15, 30. How many mils you got on planes? As far as planes, let me see. You know what? Damn. None on planes. None on planes at the moment. Let me see. I haven't even constructed that. I need to start constructing that now. Well, you talking about manufacturing. Hold on, I'm tripping. This is what I got right now is withstand. I figured the transport plane is really not going to be that important until like I go to the west. By then I'll have many more mills that I can work off of. But I got 2 for naval bomber. one for heavy fighter. Then as far as tactical bomber, I got 4. Dive bomber, the Stuka Ju-87, I got 5 on that. On the fighter 1, I got 4. On the Opel Bliss, I got 4. The improved light tank, I got 5 on that. That's pretty much it. It's kind of almost a little bit balanced in a sense. What, a lot balanced, should I say. Also got to send this guy back up here.
All right.
Paratroopers can be fun to try to. You know what? And I was thinking about that too. I want to try some paratroopers. At least when I start invading Denmark and Norway and Belgium, but I can figure out a way to get through Belgium without using paratroopers. I tried it before. I just got to remember how I did it. Cass is a good one to have for Barbarossa. I'm gonna keep that in mind. Meanwhile, back over here. If you see that I need to change something or do something, feel free to tell me, bro. I got no issues listening to criticism or constructive criticism, as long as it come in a respectable manner.
Achtung! Angetreten! Achtung!
Just help him out, just for the XP. Alright, got enough people along that line. If you give me 1 second, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. And Smeggy said, I ain't one of those guys who be trying to force you to play how they want you to play, bro. I'm just glad I finally have a stream to watch that when I'm in Russia, or you're in Russia right now, when I'm to watch that ain't in oh, that's not in Russian. Oh, okay. I understand what you're trying to tell me now. It's all good, bro. Like I said, it's just suggestions. You want to suggest something? That's fine. It's up to me to take it or not, bro. Hey, man. I had to take a quick bathroom break. The Yugoslavian fighter competition. The Yugoslavian Air Force is currently holding trials for a new heavy fighter. According to our air attaché, our newest model is poised to win. A formal request from the Yugoslavian government is expected shortly. Representatives of the manufacturer are strongly in favor of the sale, but there are national security concerns about selling our most modern equipment to a foreign country. Should we permit the sale to go through? What do I get out of this? Plus 20 on air experience? Okay. For the air experience? Yeah. Bulgaria approaches the German Reich. The Bulgarian government has signed a commercial agreement with several German companies in an attempt to strengthen ties with the German Reich while stimulating the injection for foreign capital into the country. Under this agreement, German investors will receive a significant legal benefits and tax reductions when operating in Bulgaria. Hey, 75% plus on political power. Let's take that. Let's let the political power build up. Let's go ahead and unpause this. Go to this. No, I need all of y'all to train, not just one. I need all of y'all to be training. Free military SIF. So what we got going on here? Is Czechoslovakia guaranteed by anyone? Not at the moment, no, but they got ties to the U.S., being that it's historical. I do need those naval bombers because when I have to fight Great Britain, I also need to fight through there. And that research is done. HME, what's HM stand for? Might be worth checking if USA is going neutral route. As far as I know, they signed a neutrality act, but let me check just to make sure. Remember, this is just single player. This is not multiplayer. How do I check that again? They have no factions at all. They're not even aligned, so I guess they're neutral at the moment. Oh, you don't got intel in the U.S.? No, I don't. Why, you think I should send spies over there? I should send spies over there, being that there's gonna be a super giant that I'm gonna have to fight sometime. I think that's why you can't see what's focus are doing. I mean, I'm just looking as far as their focus look like. They talking about war plan as far as here. This is what they got in gold. I don't know if they're going. I don't even know what route they want to take. Strategic bombing. Yeah, they planning to do something with me. They just being neutral under the cover. Yeah, that's what they're gonna end up doing. But let me see something real quick. Let's form an agency. They got like 600 factories by 1945. I know this is gonna be nuts. See, here's my thing. Hold on, because I gotta pick another research. Give me 1 second. For amphibious, that's for water. I don't need that right now. I'm talking about AA, what? Not really necessary yet, though. That's what I was thinking, because I'm not even. Great Britain ain't even nowhere near, like, we're not, like, we're gonna end up going head to head, but it's gonna be further down the line. Do I want to do this? No, because I got time. Poland ain't nothing. Let me just go ahead and get this train out the way, because it's gonna be useful too on getting supplies to troops. Click this again, because I'm also gonna need that. Nah, I don't care about democratic parties.
All right.
How's he doing over here? Pretty much encircled them. By the way, it might be a good idea to make few divisions with really high piercing for punching through the Maginot Line. Yeah. For what it stands, this is what I got. But the piercing is bad. It's terrible. I do gotta tighten up on that. But as far as the Panzer part, because I'm more focused on my tanks right now. Piercing is at 30, but assault attack is already at 270. So unreliable, reset it. You think that's good enough for 338? I was looking at 338 and 270 for a soft attack. I'll figure it's good. Then on top of that, I can go through hills, mountain. The force is good for defense, but not as good for trying to go through it. Oh snap, the breakthrough goes higher though. Unless you got superior firepower doctrine, that's another thing. I have to do that also. Back. Because I was also thinking going like this also, like, what was it? I was thinking about doing something like this. What was it, 344? And a soft attack of 311, but the only problem is the speed is going to be down. The hit power is going to go up. I wonder if I take this entrenchment out. Oh, damn, they dropped it real bad. Got a breakthrough is 338 still. 260. Ooh, no, let's not do that. Back up. About medium tank. Entrenchment isn't good for French offensive. That's very mobile work. You get a soft attack of 292 with a breakthrough of 356. That brings that up higher. So if that's the case, you see, here's the issue. It's good for defense to go through the forest, but at the same time, as far as movement, it's going to cost me 30. But the breakthrough, as high as it is it worth it though? Is the breakthrough worth it? Because if we go like this, that's 314. That's 336. Breakthrough of a 394. Armor of 43-1. Hey, ready? Welcome to the stream, bro. How you doing this evening? Hey, Bacon here. How you doing, bro? Y'all make sure to like up the stream and hit the like and sub if you're new here. We're trying to figure out what is the best armor or Panzer Division template right now as it stands. I've never seen, well, I've seen it on stream. I'm not losing no speed. The hit power is at 28. The organization at 10.7. With a soft attack of 336 and a breakthrough of 394 with an armor of 43.1. Piercing, it goes down 30, but the 7 kilometers, what you think, that's bad or that's good? Talk to me, Smeggy. The 7.4, what do you think? You need more org, my guy. So then if I need more org, 10 org is pretty bad. At least 30 organization y'all talking about? All right, so if we go 30 organization, then let me ask you this. Should the entrenchment come out then? Or should I take the motorized out? Because if we can go like this, we can take the motorized out. If we can put signal company, take the entrenchment out. Where's the organization at right now? Organization is at 10. That's not even moving the needle right now. So let's reset it again. This is how it looked before. That's what I'm saying. It's pretty slow. So if it's pretty slow and this is a heavy tank, if I put medium tanks here, it's not making it any better. So in other words, we might have to modify the tank itself in order to get it to go faster than 7.4. Or we could, even if I added medium tanks, it still ain't making better. It's gonna hit hard, but is it gonna be enough to where whoever I'm attacking can sit there and reorganize again after they take a hit from my offensive? That's gonna be the question. Or like, say for example, let's say we remove this. Okay. Where's the org at? The org is still at 10.6. And if we reset it again, like, it's a catch 22. It's a catch 22, my guy. 11-2, 11-2. Or I say we remove him, put him. It's 11.8. It wouldn't make a difference no matter how many times I flip it. What's the tank design? Hold on. I'll show it to you. There you go. Tank designer by man. And the one that I have right now, currently in production, hold on. I have to modify this tank one way or another. Right. Do you have the No Step Back DLC? Yes, I do. I do have the No Step Back DLC. It's the motor. That's what it is. The freaking motor. It's capped out at 14. So if that's capped out at 14, at 14 I get 8.5 with a even higher soft attack as it is. If that's high, if the 8.5 on top of what I have already, division team. Use medium tanks. I think you kind of want a division template that give a mix of tanks, a motorized infantry. So do you get combat width of 20 or 40? I want 40, really. I mean, I don't want to do the 20 meta. I really don't. Like, .30 width or 40 width is just superior. Like, this is gonna be a fast tank. Like, even though it's a heavy tank, this tank is gonna be a fast tank. And if I have a light turret with this, I'm getting the breakthrough of 43 plus on top of an armor of 62.5, which offsets the 30 that I have that I'm going in the negative. The fuel usage, yeah, it's gonna use a lot of fuel, but like, 10 tank regiments and 10 motorized infantry is the simplest yet effective template. Speed and other stats are fine. You just need more heavy tanks on your template because light tanks suck after 1940, which is true. I mean, I don't seen that so many times with Tommy K. And more motorized infantry for organization. But I mean, by upping this engine and maxing it out with a fuel capacity of 100, it's just gonna give me a 1 kilometer. Like, is that worth it? Will that be enough? Or is there anything else that I might have to put in here? If I put a secondary turret, it's gonna go bad. Soft attack will go down. It's not even worth putting none of that on there. If I have another module for it, as far as radio. Yeah, light tanks aren't great later in the war. Right. Question is this: is the sacrifice for speed and org worth it by having a heavier tank with a heavier breakthrough and a heavier soft attack? In my opinion, I say yeah. What do y'all think? It may cause the war to go slow, but I mean, as far as it go right now, what other choices do I have? Unless y'all come up with something better, like, let me know, because I'm open to it. Yeah, I could put that as 9.4, but now I'm shot down to 34.6. That means in order to do that, I have to bring this down. But you gotta add some motorized infantry to the org, for the org though. Bet. Alright, then it's amended then. Let's bring this down. 12 and 3. 12 and 3 for armor. With a 9.0. Just add that on there. We'll get the org. We'll add the motorized in. We could take this with motorized by where? But by putting more mobile battalions, It's under infantry battalions. Okay. Infantry battalions. Yeah. All right, but so with that being said, I need more of this right here. More army experience. Nah, you good. Don't tell yourself you're stupid, bro. Motorized battalions. No, you good, bro. You good. I just gonna have to wait till I get more army XP. At the moment, right now, we have enough to attack Poland and knock them off in a month. That's not even a question. But in that same time, once we conquer them, we'll have enough to sit there and make that and revise this whole template all over again. What's missing? What's outdated? Oh. Is it this one? Basic heavy tank. Yeah. I might have to scale these naval bombers back. Spain was annexed. You gonna invade the rest of Czechoslovakia first? Oh no, I'm not. I'm gonna sit there and wait for them to let me go ahead and get the rest of Czechoslovakia. Historically, not non-historical. I'm doing it historically. I gotta do the fate of Czechoslovakia. Once they do that, then I'm pretty sure I get enough civs off that. It's way too far ahead of its time. Gentlemen, Air Force, what are y'all thoughts on Air Force? What do y'all think? Your advisor, Cosmo, -75. Cast research. Design doctrine. Air wing training experience +25. Light aircraft research speed. Medium aircraft research speed. Are you gonna go for Danzig or war for free war goal? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Like I say, I'm just following it down the line historically. Once I get done invading Poland, I might take twists and turns off of it. I might flip the story around or take a different path then. +25. Air power projection. Air mission. Restore efficiency and ground attack factor. Does that add to your air superiority though? No, that would have been a different thing. Hold on, let me check over here. Air blizzard. No. Light aircraft research, medium aircraft plus 15. No. Effective training programs. No. Air accidents chance and air dock. No. Special during necessary on flying away from home. Effective management of resource and insurance claims and resource in location with that. No. No. We'll do that whenever I blitz anyway, the West. Let's do that. I already picked it. Let's just pick a high commander for that from now as Eric Raider, of course, because there's no other option. Carl Donis is not that good in my eyes. In my opinion, he's just not that good. Are these guys done yet? Oh, he's still trying to get over there.
Angetreten. Angetreten.
These guys are still exercising. You get them to stop exercising as well.
Angetreten.
Oh, no terrain. Where's the terrain? That's what I need to look at. Hills. Forest. Okay. Not even worry about all that over there. Alright, guys, give me a second. I'll be right back. I need to take like a 2-minute break. And I'm back. Hold on, let me check this focus tree again because you did bring that up as a good point. Let me just check this. Crap, I ain't got it. I gotta do it. I gotta get that straight real quick. Thank God we're almost done with the Army innovation. go back and check on Japan real quick, see how that's going on. Jesus Christ, where are my troops?
Angetreten.
Jeez, I need a supplies bad. I really need them bad. Tell me, how do I fix the supply issues again? If you can, Smeggy, please let me know. At supply hubs, okay. Wait a minute, how do I add, like... Oh, that's right. But wait a minute, how do I add them? Do I just go to a certain point? Maximum to build and place at the beginning of the queue. Oh, duh. Jesus Christ. Railways. Alt and click. Limited railway level 15. Oh, I'm probably gonna need a. That's where that infrastructure stuff come in. Jesus Christ. All right. Got the time lapse.
Angetreten.
Yeah, I got enough resources all the way around. Army innovations is done. We gotta pick another one. Let me go ahead and get this real quick for infrastructure and railways. And then we'll just pick the fate of Czechoslovakia afterwards. We'll just get this stuff out of here and get it over with. Alright, these divisions right here. Motorize.
Achtung.
Motorize. Motorize.
Bereit.
Motorize.
Befehle.
Armor car. Professional officer corps, cost reduction in land and doctrines minus 50. Let's do that.
Achtung. Angetreten. Achtung.
We are no longer affected. We no longer get effects from Yugoslavian aircraft purchases. Okay, good.
Bereit.
That's for Heinz when he gets back. Speaking of which, Biscuit Deers. Okay, cool. Care less about these parties and stuff. Not even worry about the USA so far ahead later on down the line. Let's forget about that. My question is, which is the one that you pick as far as like trying to figure out what your enemy might do. Oh, that ain't it. That's economy. Intel on the enemy military is paramount important. It is necessary to establish a department of military intelligence, and operatives will be trained to infiltrate enemy arms, serving as soldiers and generals, and reporting to us the secrets they find behind enemy lines. Still got to recruit operatives, that's right. That's 29 days from now. That's still within the time frame before we even think about France and start attacking the West. I'm not worried about Holland or Belgium. Those are easy countries to conquer. Haven't even set this up yet. Might as well build this up too. Make sure you like the stream, by the way, and make sure you subscribe also. Get this out the way.
Achtung! Achtung!
Nationalist victory and all right, Smeggy, you back? Nationalist victory in Spanish Civil War. After a long and grueling civil war, the Nationalists, united under Francisco Franco, have finally defeated the Republican enemies, and secured full control over Spain. Though isolated pockets of hampered extortion of local nationalist control in previously Republican areas, it is unlikely further coordinated to resistance of any significance, and will materialize. As a nation focused on rebuilding in war-torn cities and industry, it remains to be seen what affects the nationalist ideology and, however you say that name, Jesus Christ, amalgamation, I have no idea, alphabet, we'll just call that, will have on their foreign policy, and whether the generous foreign military aid they receive will be repaid.
Angetreten!
amalgamation is pronounced amalgamation. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Cause Jesus Christ, that's one hell of a word right there. I'll tell you that much. It's one hell of a word. I could say that much. I'm assuming these guys are returning back. I wonder if I could send these guys over here to help out Japan and their cause, get me more XP. Let me send more of these panzers. I gotta get this stuff trained. No bother, G. Appreciate you, bro. It'd be fun to see a run while Nationalist Spain doesn't win for once, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. This is my plan. I'm gonna give you some. I'm gonna give you a sneak peek about what I'm about to do. Once I run through this right here, this is gonna be hell. But once I conquer them, I'm going straight for this. All of this right here, I'm gonna run this down. I'm gonna build the most biggest Western wall in history. Hold on, let me click this off real quick. Bulgaria seeks Balkan claims and warned it. A delegation from Bulgaria has approached our government asking for German support for their claims of Balkan and seeking to negotiate and secure Bulgarian territorial expansion in the region in the near future in exchange for Bulgarian alignment with the German Reich and the country's entry into the Axis. Yeah, man, come join the clan, bro. Join the family. Eventually, later on down the line, when I play this game a little bit more and understand a little bit more, I am gonna do a Spanish run, but it ain't gonna be Spain. I'm gonna try to do it with Puerto Rico. I mean, personally, it's not worth the hassle because Nationalist Spain is allied with you anyway. It is, but they ain't gonna give me no war help. If you ain't down with me, you gotta get up out of here. I don't know. It might not be worth it. Could be fun to do some fun. True. I'm just saying, like, you gotta spice it up, man. You gotta throw some other stuff out here. Everybody play a certain type of way and keeps playing a certain type of way, and it's like, man, don't y'all get tired? Like, try something different just to see how history would have changed, even on historical. I need military police too, because I'm getting uprisings like crazy. Man, what else I wanted to do? Oh yeah, that's right. Send these two over there to Spain. I mean to Japan. For real, for a fascist state, Spain was pretty chill. They were. They were like, yeah, we're fascists. But then when Hitler decided to attack the West, they were like, yeah, we're good, dog. We're not doing that. And more volunteers over there. I don't know about you, Smeg, but don't you feel like this is the most tedious thing you do when you start from 1936? You gotta worry about this, worry about that. This ain't even starting. Let's just eliminate that.
Bereit.
I mean, it's fun, but then at sometimes it has its boring parts. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the setup will drive you mad. Like it's driving me like mad, but not too mad because I know it's like I'm almost there now. Worst thing about it is it takes forever. It does, and I need to train these guys here too. And our volunteers has came back. Eric McMaster has came back as a war hero. We got more sis. Poland and France is, yeah. You know what's funny though? Like a lot of people like they tie in these generals to like what Hitler did, but a lot of these generals were kind of innovative in what they did as far as the war. But due to the fact that they were under Hitler, they took a bad name and they took a hit because of that. But they actually changed the way like how wars are supposed to be ran and how they supposed to be won, and how they supposed to be fought. Let's take half of that, put that over there.
Bereit. Angetreten.
But the USSR is not fun. I can't wait for the USSR when I finally learn how to play this game like through and through. That's gonna be like the big challenge for me. Mobile warfare like it was never seen before. Exactly. Nobody was thinking about nobody wasn't thinking about just going through a forest, a heavily dense forest with about almost what 300 400 tanks, and on top of that trying to encircle an enemy and try to take over two countries at the same time between the Netherlands and Belgium by doing this sickle cup right here and then swinging right down. Nobody wasn't thinking of that. Like that was innovative in itself, and that doctrine is still used still to this day. Especially how they exactly how they reorganized our army through all that chaos. Like who thinks who thinks about sending at least 1,000 planes, primarily Stuka divers? I wouldn't say 1,000. I think it was 500 if I memory serves correctly. Between Stuka divers and Messerschmitts to go destroy all their airfields here within this border and the Maginot Line, to get them to think, oh, they're gonna do the same thing that they did in the First War, in the Great War. So everybody here decided to say, well, let's go over here. And then they decided to come over here. So France was like, well, wait a minute, let's go over here. Right here, it's already disorganized. So they come over here, but by then, this country has done fallen. This one right here got people running back into France. So now they're trying to come up, and it's slowing down their response to even hit a counterattack. That's crazy. And to think to come through a heavily dense forest right here, out of all places, that's audacious. That's audacious right there. And to go through Luxembourg, take them down practically in hours, and take Sedan, and to do the most audacious thing to get there within. War Planner said they couldn't get there 5 days. Guderian got there in 3. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's unheard of. That's not even thought of before. Even everybody back in the German government said that was a miracle. Nobody expected that to happen. And by the way, I'm not glorifying what happened in the Second World War. I'm just speaking as far as the military and the strategic standpoint of it. I don't support any ideology. I don't support any hate or Jew bashing or anything of that nature. I don't do none of that. I'm just speaking as far as the military aspect of it. Yeah, the charge into the Benos to draw the best of the English forces, and then all their air support tanks and garrison through the defense and impenetrable mountains of the Ardennes. Exactly. Hold on 1 second real quick. I'm coming right back. Give me 1 second. I got to answer. No, but that ain't much. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, Smeggy, I'm back. And Chad, I'm back also. It's audacious to think to do something like that in a heavily dense forest. And then they did Blitzkrieg slightly more south than Luxembourg. It was more towards Alsace and Lorraine. Exactly. And no, the ideology of the Germans was gross, but the military genius needed to be credited for. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, for anybody to say that the military tactics is considered like anti-Semitism, so you crazy, because even General Schwarzkopf did it in 1990 when we invaded Iraq after 9/11. We did it then. Like it, the war plan of the Blitzkrieg and the birth of it still stands testament still to this day. And on top of that, like you even had George Patton, and along with that, Eisenhower giving praise to Rommel due to the fact that he still took a stand against them in Africa during the African War. Even General George Montgomery, he even sat there and gave praise to not only Rommel but also Heinz Guderian too, and along with Erich von Manstein. Like, even still to this day, Germans still consider Erich von Manstein as one of the greatest generals of all time as far as the German aspect because of that creation and that tactic alone. No, I didn't want to do that. Let's do it here. It's fun. I mean, you still got generals still to this day. I mean, Even when Chile had a civil war, they used blitzkrieg on their own people. Like the list goes on and on. Even after World War II was done, so the tactic was just genius in itself. If anybody say that the tactic is considered gross or is still a German ideology, you're either crazy or you need to get off drugs. Sorry. That's what I'm saying. Like Guderian was a genius. Who would think? Let me pause this game real quick. This man, if memory serves me correct, and Smeggy, you tell me, correct me if I'm wrong. Was he not at Bisburg or at Frankfurt when he ran through Luxembourg? All of this right here, go through all of this. Ran through Luxembourg and got Sedan in 3 days. German planners say he couldn't even get there in 5. He made a challenge to his whole tank division, said we're going to get there in 3 days, and he got it, and that was under heavy artillery fire. All of Mustache Man's other advisors didn't like the idea. In fact, they told him that they were crazy. That was a suicidal idea. By the way, you can turn off the day and night filter by pressing in. Okay. He said Mustache Man. I like that. I call him Funny Mustache Man. And the only two that actually believed it was Guderian and Eric Van Manstein. They were the two that actually believed it. But in war, in any war that you had, even as far as Napoleon actually had his form of blitzkrieg, but nobody even think he could do that at the age of what, 22, 23? He was routing countries left and right. Bisburg to Sedan, I think. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bisburg to Sedan. Like, that's a heavily dented force. Could have been Saarbrücken too. That's what I was thinking also, but if it was Saarbrücken, I think they would have found out about that. He would have had to come through. Well, yeah, it could be a possibility. And after the fact, he was exposed too because he could have got hit with bombardment, but due to the fact that the French were so incompetent on not listening to their own reconnaissance pictures, saying, "Oh no, the real attack is still happening at the Maginot Line," because they were so stuck on the Maginot Line, he still got through. Yeah, Napoleon by far is the greatest military genius of all time. The man had a what? If you correct me if I'm wrong, Smeggy, you tell me if I'm wrong. Was it 54 wins and I think like 6 losses or something like that, or 4 losses? That's a KD of plus 500. Like, who thinks of that? Like, who even thinks of being that high? Living off the land. Living off the land, now using heavy supply trains and reorganizing divisions into corps was incredibly genius. Exactly. Because during Napoleon's time, everybody wanted to fight in groups. Napoleon's like, no, break off in groups. You have your artillery, you have your infantry, and you have the cavalry, and let's go from there. And he broke them off into little sections, and they just devoured people left and right. He fought a lot of battles. He fought 60 battles and lost only 7. Yeah. Who fights 60 battles totally lose 7? That is crazy, bro. There is nobody in this lifetime ever, or in the next lifetime after that, and the one after that, and the one after that, and the one after that, that's gonna come close to that record. Especially now when you got more nuclear arms than anything in the world. Like, no, there's nobody gonna come close to that. I mean, what man, think about it, what man gets put off to an island, gets put on house arrest and said, nah, I'm going to take a ship, takes the strongest advisor with him, go back to France, and go back and wins another 20 battles after the fact? That's crazy. That's like Jordan retiring after 3 rings, take 2 years off, come back now, I'm going to win 3 more, and still win another 20-something battles if I'm correct. That's unheard of. Yeah, I love oversimplify. That's my stuff right there. I mean, and then to get put back on the island again where you have over 1,000 British soldiers watching you and 2 naval ships circling around this remote island just to make sure that you don't try to pull it off again. Like, come on, that's crazy. And still live to go old and die of natural causes. No, I think he I think he committed suicide. No, he attempted suicide but got sick. As a matter of fact, let's pause this game for a minute. He never uploads, quality takes time. It does. I'm not gonna lie though, he could upload 2 videos in 1 year and he'll still make over 15 million, if not 20 million views, because his videos is almost like watching a TV show. You don't even realize you was on YouTube until the video is over. That's how good it is. And something like that, I can't get mad at him for that. Yeah, I know. I mean, it was the funniest thing I ever heard from him, and I would watch that over simplified episode of Napoleon Bonaparte where he said, "I simply defeated the what was it, the Prussian army by simply just marching." I was like, "Yo, that's wild." For you to have the balls to even say something like that is crazy. That's just crazy. and, and to do it too at the same time, that's just wild, man. That's just wild. He was like a country that just comes back and takes 4 L's in a row. Like, that's crazy. Ain't no country taking 4 L's in a row for over like what, a period of what was it, 30 or 40 years? That's crazy. Matter of fact, let's try to watch the episode that's oversimplified. Let's just take a break from this because I'm getting a headache. I feel like watching something like that right now. Give me a second. I need to see how do I do this again. Now, Germany takes so many is just beyond funny at this point. It ain't even right. If I mess this up, trust me, like I'm still trying to learn how to like use the stream deck. Like I said, I'm just a beginner streamer, but I'm learning, bro. Empire, Wehrmacht, Third Reich. Yeah, that's another thing I never understood. Like the First and Second Reich, and then the Third Reich, and all, and then whatever. That's a perfect way to say it, Smeggy. Whatever it be, the Prussian Army, the German Empire. It has so many. Like, who's keeping track of score of this? Like, for real, for real. Hold on, I'm trying to make a scene for it. We're gonna watch some oversimplified. Take a break from this, man. We got plenty of time to go back to this. Okay, I guess you are seeing that. Let me switch to this real quick. Pause this. Go back. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. The Napoleonic Wars. Let's get back and watch this for a
truly
minute.
grass-fed, our cows eat the best food there is.
Because that's what they give us in return.
This video was made possible by NordVPN. Stay safe online by clicking the link below and get a huge discount off a 2-year plan with a risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee. Also, why not grab yourself a character pin of the Little Corporal himself before they sell out? And big shout out to the patrons. Head on over to learn about benefits such as Discord access and maybe even a little behind-the-scenes content. Okay, Mrs. Bonaparte, this is it. One last push.
This is the funniest intro ever for the story.
Congratulations.
This is the most funniest thing.
And here comes the rest of the army.
44 million views is wild. It is.
Did you just say the rest of the army?
This is the most funniest thing. No, hold on, Smeggy. I gotta stop this right here. Hold on. I gotta stop it. There's a chick at my job. She literally got 12 kids, and like she's like beyond out there. And she tried to roast me the other day. And I said, you know what? I said, you fornicate so much to the point that this is how you give birth. And I showed her this. Oh man. She got hot. She didn't want to talk no more. She didn't want to go on a one-on-one roast, no nothing.
History is full of great conquerors, many with very impressive origin stories. For example, Alexander the Great was the son of a king. Julius Caesar came from an aristocratic family that descended from a goddess. Great conquerors don't usually come from relatively insignificant families living on impoverished islands. But as it just so happens, that is where our story begins. In the early 18th century, the island of Corsica was
I had to, bro. She kept on running around talking about some, hey, you look like a fake Ludacris. And I'm like, okay. I was like, listen, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I can get to that point now. No, you look like fake Ludacris. You look like fake Ludacris. I'm like, okay, you sure about that? So she kept on going. She kept on going. I said, and this is how you give birth. Now, was it a little harsh? Yeah, it was harsh. I ain't gonna hold you. Anyways, let's go back to this. Artillery gun, cavalry horse, and all coming through. All right, let's keep going.
In the early 18th century, the island of Corsica was a part of the Republic of Genoa until one day Corsica said, hey, we're declaring independence, and it's probably not worth your time to try and stop us. So Genoa said, you're right, it isn't worth their time. Hey, France, you want to buy this island? And France said, sure thing. And thus, Corsica became France, just in time for Napoleon to be born French. Many Corsicans didn't appreciate their new conquerors, however, and from an early age, Napoleon developed some fairly anti-French sentiments.
Yeah, what he said.
Napoleon's dad, however, quickly embraced his new French overlords, which created some tension between dad and son. Ooh, look at me. I'm dad. I wear powdered wigs and silver-buckled shoes, and I'm a traitor to the Corsican people. Go to your room, Napoleon. No, you go to your room.
She's for the streets anyway, bruh. With that whole ass
Napoleon adored his mother, who was definitely the disciplinarian of the family. And even though she
Facts,
reversed
bro.
Napoleon's
Facts,
theory,
facts.
He kind of respected that. But Napoleon's parents wanted the best for their family, and since they were a very minor nobility, they were able to have Napoleon sent off to the shining lights and rat-infested sewage puddles of the big city.
Go find your own puddle.
In France. Okay, Napoleon, why don't you introduce...
I'm not gonna lie though. Hold on, let me just say this. It's not that she's for the streets. She openly says that she's for the streets. And I sit there, I'm like, that is nothing to be bragging about. And she's like, well, I don't care. It's the 22nd or 23rd century. I said, you need to go back to the first century and just learn some good old fashioned like woman morals, because this ain't it right here. I ain't gonna hold you.
Introduce yourself to your new classmates. Well, I'm Napoleon, and I hate all of you. Your farts smell like cheese, you can't pronounce the letter R, all you do is go on strike, and you call eggs oofs like a bunch of big dumb idiot dingleberries. Okay. Thanks, Napoleon. I hope you like being bullied. And bullied, he was. They picked on him for his Corsican accent, his family's lack of wealth, and it probably didn't help that he also had a bit of a chip on him.
She says it herself. Yeah, she says it herself, bro. Bro, like, I do lane closures and I work on highways and stuff, right? So I gotta like divert traffic, do flagging operations. She literally runs up to the electrician. I'm talking about, hey, what we doing today? And they're married and stuff. I'm like, bro, what is you doing? One job I had to say, listen, you can't work with me no more. I can't do this. I never thought I'd see the day that guys would get mad at me for telling them to tell a chick to back off. I never thought I'd see the day, but that day has came.
On his shoulder, but he could hold his own, and on an average day, might be found dishing out ratatouille sandwiches for
It's
breakfast.
weird. It's beyond weird. It's so weird that I just laugh. Forget a poll. You just need to get out of state. I'm surprised that I didn't contract or nothing, but that's neither here or there. Like I said, she works. She can work like anybody else. She'll outwork a dude and everything, but when it comes to that, it just kills everything. You'll have a respect for her, like lifting up heavy signs, cones, and stuff like that. But the stuff that fly out of her mouth is like, nah. Just when I can respect you, I can't. I just can't.
He spent much of his time alone, and he loved reading about the great conquerors of history. He learned about Julius Caesar, and he wondered if one day he too might have a pizza franchise named after him.
Little Napoleon.
He excelled at math and geography, and when he graduated at the age of 16,
La
he was
hooray.
made second lieutenant in an artillery regiment. Now, second lieutenant might sound pretty sweet to a screw-up like you, but Napoleon had a little something called ambition.
Ambition.
Stonks of it. And he wasn't content being just some junior officer. He wanted to rise the ranks. Unfortunately for him, that would be a little difficult. Well, Napoleon, I've reviewed your application. It's clear you're very skilled and would be a perfect fit for the promotion. And Simeon, you're just about the biggest idiot I've ever seen. Your test results suggest you have the mental aptitude of a senile earthworm, and in the part of the form where you list your experience, you seem to have drawn a picture of a gerbil giving birth to a shoe. But your dad is the Marquis de la Fayette, so...
A gerbil giving birth
get
to
the
a
job.
shoe.
French society was
But you know what's so crazy though about that whole sequence? People are actually getting jobs like that. You'll have a person that's like qualified at been knowing their craft or whatever career it is for 5 to 10 years, and they'll pick another person that has a year, but because they feel a certain type of way by feeling, not by career, resume, or nothing, they will give that person that job before giving the 5 year to 10 year person that job. It's weird. It's just crazy how that used to happen back then.
just too closed off. Positions were handed out based on nobility, not talent, and the young Napoleon probably felt stuck. Wouldn't it be nice if, say, a revolution came along and changed all of that?
Facts. I
Well,
mean, it's
what
sad
are
how
the
that
chances?
works.
The French Revolution is here. Bastille toppling, head chopping, king popping. The revolution promised to do away with the old social hierarchy and make everyone a little more equal. Napoleon may not have cared much for the
It all has to do with class and legacy rather than experience. It still happens, yeah. It's just crazy how far back that goes though. Like this is when like 1600. Like that's crazy that we're now living in the year 2023 and we still got this going on. There still is an imbalance. It's like what we have over 400 years, 500 years now, somewhere around that figure. It's just wild to me. It's crazy.
violent mobs, but if it meant he could rise the ranks, he was in. He began fighting to defend the revolution. He put down a British-sponsored counter-revolution in Toulon and got promoted. He put down a royalist uprising in Paris and got promoted. And as his military prowess became more recognized, he was even given his very own army. It was astonishing progress for such a young man of humble origins, and Napoleon's wildest dreams were coming true.
This is so
Napoleon
cool.
also believed he could increase his social status if he married an older rich lady. And so around this time,
When they say older rich lady, aka marry a old rich hoe.
Napoleon
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't say hoe. It's 304.
went on the prowl. However, if some
still gonna
sources are
say
to be
hoe.
believed,
Napoleon was so ugly and overall sickly effect was created by his thinness and yellow complexion. Jesus Christ, what a roast. Nah, this is like 230 years ago. Still though, yeah, even 230 years. It's like that's crazy, bro. I don't even think we progressed as far as racial relations. I mean, it's gotten worse too. On top of that, it's like 200 something years later, we still haven't progressed at all. In fact, I think I'm fair to say that it's more divided than ever.
he was a verified creep.
Blood was yellow. Yeah, right.
He reportedly had terrible
Facts.
luck with women, and
Dang.
men wanted nothing to do with him. Fortunately,
Wow.
he eventually met Josephine, an aging single mother who was deeply in debt and needed stability. So she
That's the 304 right there, y'all. Aging single mother, deeply in debt, with a glass of wine and a Newport 100.
agreed to marry him despite finding him intensely disgusting.
Found Napoleon
you
intensely
dirty dog,
disgusting.
You've done it. Unbeknownst to Napoleon, however, Josephine had a bit of a
If a woman like that came up to me and said she was attractive, I say I am de-attracted from you, and I need to get away from you. This face right here, let me tell y'all something. This face right here is the face of this is for the streets. Nah, there ain't nothing humble, there ain't nothing sweet, there ain't nothing womanly about this right here, at all. We still got racial divisions on God, bro. It's not as clear, but it's still there. Yeah, it's 1000%. They just do it in a roundabout way. That's all they're doing. Even just this hairstyle alone, nah. I'm turning the other way. I'm good, bro. You got it.
promiscuous reputation. Hey, Napoleon, I hear you're marrying Josephine.
She
Boy,
neck
she
long
sure is
like
a
a
great
giraffe.
kisser.
Fat.
That's right. Hey, wait, what do you mean she's a great kisser? Hey, Hugo, you hear Napoleon's marrying Josephine? Wow, she sure is a great kisser. Now, hang on just a minute. Hey, everyone, Napoleon's marrying
Everyone.
Josephine. Oh, yeah, she sure is a great kisser. Real
Man, she done kiss everybody, including this man right here that still needs some mental assistance. And that's not making fun of mental assistance, so don't be trying to ban me or say nothing crazy, YouTube.
good at kissing. Wow, I'm pretty sure I kissed her. For goodness sake, is there anyone here who
Yeah, the
hasn't
cut
kissed my
marky
wife?
too. Facts, bro.
You. As Napoleon fell madly in love with his new wife, she fell madly in love with a man named Hippolyte. It wouldn't be long, however, before Napoleon would leave home and go to war, because while France was having its revolution, tensions in Europe were rising. Hey, Austria, you'll never guess what we just did. What's that, France? I got 2 words for you.
2 words for you.
Revolution. We
Revolution.
totally just socked it to our monarchy. What? Dude, the rest of us are monarchies. You've just totally threatened the balance of power in Europe. Now we have to worry about our stinky peasants rising up against us. I mean, holy hell, your queen is... Okay, France, this is pretty awkward.
And this is the brain of
The
France
Pacific
right
is
here.
probably itching to give you a wedgie, but you're not ready for a war yet. So you gotta be cool, man. It's absolutely crucial that you say something to defuse the situation right now.
Preposterous.
I declare war.
Sacre bleu!
So France ended up at war with.
Yeah, that's one way to be settled with it. Bruh, the state of Germany and Italy, bruh, on that map, right? Like, look at this. Look at. Now, Spaggy, tell me if I'm wrong. This is Italy like this, right? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is part of France of 13 divided countries in one. That is crazy. And then Germany is just off the chain over here. Like, who reads this back then? Like, how do you even know where you at this point? I mean, this got more cuts than a woman slashing your tires after breaking up with her because you know for a fact you done caught her doing something wrong.
With basically the rest of Europe, and the War of the First Coalition began. At first, France struggled, but then they started to do surprisingly well, and in many conquered territories, they began to establish sister republics.
This right here, I don't know much about the Belgian / Holland military and whatnot during this era, but for even this to be cut up like this, this ain't right. Something ain't right with this, bro. That lets you know how screwed up Europe was. Germany got more cuts than an emo. Bro, what you say? Germany got more cuts than broken cuts on NBA 2K24 running back doors against the CPU. Like, that's bad, bro. This is bad.
Exporting their revolutionary ideas across Europe. In 1796, they planned a 3-pronged attack to take Vienna and knock Austria out of the war, with 2 magnificent armies in the north to kick ass, and Napoleon in the south as a bit of a diversion. For the first time, Napoleon would lead
Now, this is the military genius right here we came to see.
a military campaign. This was his chance to prove himself, to be somebody. And what a general he proved to be. The army he was given were demoralized, lacking equipment, and underpaid. But Napoleon galvanized them with inspirational speeches, and he took them into Italy. He was outnumbered, and his campaign was partially meant to be a sideshow, but he made it the main show. While the 2 northern armies were being held back, Napoleon made...
Like, you have to think, hold on, let me go back real quick. You have to think I'm just throwing a figure out there. For these 2 to be as big, we're talking about what, like 250, maybe 150,000 a piece, so that's 300 or 500. 500 or 500. And this guy is way down here, and he just overruns and takes all of this cut up, can't understand land, and just said, nah, you know what? Well, I'm going to make this an understanding. I'm just going to sweep all it. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
But he made it the main show. While the 2 northern armies were being held back, Napoleon made staggering progress. In a signature Napoleon move, he masterfully split his enemies into 2 and took them on separately, knocking Sardinia out of the war and putting
20
the
to 22
on the run. At the famous Battle of Lodi, he was in the fray, aiming the cannons himself, getting covered in mud, and earning the total respect of his men. They respect
the fact that probably like 250,000 men up north. That's what I was thinking. Either 250,000 or at least 150. At the least 150. The one thing that's more important by any military person, like, this is the reason why Germany was successful in World War II. This is the reason why American troops was successful in World War II. When you have a general that's out there fighting with you in the middle of the battle and cheering you on, and he's even popping off, that does something different to a military division. That does something to a whole battalion right there. It makes them step up to another level, puts them to a whole different levels. Meek Mill says there are different levels to this. You put a general into a army that's like by morale depleted and all, and he's cheering them on to fight, and he's right there fighting. Everybody else gonna jump in. They're gonna ride with him. That's the difference in all these other armies that have won battles that they weren't supposed to win in history.
Aiming the cannons himself, getting covered in mud, and earning the total respect of his men. They respected him so much that when he ordered an almost suicidal assault on the only bridge in town, his men threw themselves at it and took it despite fierce Austrian resistance. For Napoleon, it was all he needed to confirm that he was.
I foresaw what I might be already. I felt the earth flee from underneath me as if I were being carried into the sky. That lets you know that at that moment, it didn't even matter. It was set in stone what he was about to do, and he already knew what was going to happen. And this is a guy that's like, what, 25 or 26 or 27 at the time? He's talking like he's in his mid-40s, close to 50. That lets you know the mental genius of how he was and the emotional standpoint of being in the war.
Was the greatest human who had ever existed. Wow, Napoleon, you're pretty great at this military.
Speaking riddles, but it sounds good, though.
Doesn't get too big. What did you just say to me, you little prick? And as Napoleon swept through northern Italy, the Italians cheered his arrival. Yes, I'm here to liberate you from your cruel Austrian oppressors and replace them with French ones. Napoleon plundered as he went, sending rich
Testing 1 2. Is my mic good? Is my mic
also
working?
paying his men the first real money they'd seen in years. The Pope had been supporting.
Hold on. I hear it. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing. Yeah, that's what I just did, Smeggy. Let me know if I sound good. Let me know if you can hear me. Okay, cool. All right, let's go on.
Supporting the Austrians, so Napoleon briefly went to go give him a slap. And as he began
Damn.
to approach Vienna, the exhausted Austrians were forced to make peace, with Napoleon overseeing negotiations himself. He had just single-handedly knocked Austria out of the war. And by the way, he was only 28.
What man does that? Walk straight into the enemy city, go into their house and say, listen, I want to surrender. Y'all need to get up out of here. And only at 28. I mean, imagine a face like this walking through the door saying, hey, you better surrender. I'll be like, hey, bro, I ain't gonna mess around with you. You got it, bro. When a face like this come in the room, you just shut up real quick and listen. That's all you can do.
So maybe it's about time you moved out of your dad's attic. In the Italian territories he had conquered, Napoleon established new French sister republics, even writing constitutions and organizing governments himself. Not something a general generally does. When he got back to France, he was hailed as a hero.
I'm saying, took a whole country on his own. And yet his own government hated on them, hated on him, despite the fact that he took over a country by himself at the age of 28.
Napoleon was eager to win more glory, so he brought with him a team of scholars, and he was like, whoa, it's a freaky man cat. Whoa, it's a big stick. Whoa, it's an ugly horse. Whoa, it's a stumpy little manlet. Hey, I'm actually average height for the time. But then British Admiral Nelson came down and wrecked his fleet, and an Anglo-Ottoman force defeated him at Acre. So Napoleon abandoned his men and went back to France. His campaign
That's the
in
one thing I
Egypt
never
hadn't gone
liked.
quite
That
as
right
planned.
there.
But
The
one
fact
thing
that
you
he
should know about
abandoned his
Napoleon
man,
is
I
that he was a
understand why,
skilled
but I don't
propagandist.
respect it at
He
all.
published his own newspapers that sometimes exaggerated his achievements and even commissioned
That was the
paintings
one thing I
that
did not like
generally
about
made him
Napoleon.
look cool. So when he returned to Paris, he was yet again hailed as a hero, and he began to get some power-hungry ideas. First, however, he had a bit of a problem to deal with. See, he had learned something shocking about his dear wife. Really, Josephine? This guy? I'm just as tall as him. I'm sorry, I swear. Now that you're becoming famous, I'll never do it again. Make sure you
Now that you're becoming
I've never
famous.
stooped so
That's
low.
funny that she says, hold on, let me rewind this back.
Famous, I'll never do it again.
Don't they all say that though? Now that when you got your life right, now that you got a car, now that you got a house, now that you got a better job, now that you make over 100,000 a year, now that you live uptown, now that you got a $250,000 penthouse, I'll never do it again. Yeah. Don't they all say that? He was only 5'4". That's crazy too. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. They all say it.
Make sure you don't. I've never stooped so low as to cheat on you. Now, if you'll excuse me.
I'm not gonna lie, I probably would have anyway. I'm not even gonna hold you, and I don't even think he actually was faithful during this time.
I'll be in this room consulting my generals for the next 30 minutes. And by consulting, I mean boinking. By my generals, I mean this woman. And by 30 minutes, I mean 2 seconds.
And that's wild, the fact that he only lasted that long. And you know what's funny too, Smeggy? When you tell a lot of women the truth, they usually have a face like this. They usually have a face like this. And it's wild. Let's go on.
Having dealt with his wife, Napoleon was then approached by a very influential politician who said he had an idea. He wanted to stage a coup against the deeply unpopular government and needed the extremely popular Napoleon's help. And Napoleon thought that was just a darn tootinest idea. The plan was to trap the government and convince them to voluntarily give up.
I mean, that's crazy though. 2 seconds. I don't know, dog. I don't know. I mean, I don't do that no more. I'm trying to get into a serious relationship myself, but I mean, back then in my wild side, nah, I ain't want no 2 seconds of me. I can tell you that much.
Their power. And here's how they did it. Hey guys, oh my gosh, quick! There's a dangerous Jacobin plot to overthrow you, which we definitely aren't just making up. Better get inside this cage so we can protect you. Okay. Gentlemen, we got him. In this case, the cage was an isolated palace outside of Paris, with no one around but Napoleon and his army. With the government inside, Napoleon then entered, and a pretty chaotic event ensued, during which the government didn't seem entirely sure what was going on.
Napoleon is staging a
Napoleon's
coup.
men didn't seem entirely sure what was
Napoleon
going on.
is staging
and
a coup.
Napoleon himself didn't seem entirely sure what was going on.
Why aren't
But
they
thankfully,
letting me
Napoleon's
stage a
brother
coup?
Louis, president of the lower house, managed to regain control, and the remaining councilmen were intimidated into creating a new constitution. And thus, a new government was formed, this time with the
Man took one and done to the next level. My man set the standard. A lot of them afterwards, I'm pretty sure there are worse stories than this that we probably do not know.
3 consuls in charge. But after Napoleon did some rewriting, in the end, there was really only one man in charge, the first consul, him. And over the next few years, he worked to consolidate even more power, and essentially became a dictator in total control of France. And by the way, he was only
So this man overthrew a government, help a country beat a country literally, and he was probably undermanned in beating this country, and took control of France by the age of 30. Smeggy, correct me if I'm wrong again. Was it 46 or 45 when Hitler came to power?
only 30. So maybe it's about time you washed your disgusting bed sheets. France was now ruled by possibly the greatest military leader of the time. Possibly the greatest? Or definitely? Well, now is his chance to prove it. See, back when Napoleon was still in Egypt, being Indiana Jones. Back home, France was in France, being France. They had conquered even more territory, and they were like,
Hold on, let me read that again.
France was in France, being France. They had conquered even more.
French invasion of Switzerland from January to May of 1798. And Switzerland is a heavily mountain country. The French invasion of Piedmont. Like, does this country even exist though, Piedmont? Mustache Man became Supreme Chancellor. Mustache Man came into power in 1933. That's facts, because after the whole fiasco of the Nazis walking out after every time they were trying to pass a law between the Democratic government and also with the communists being in the House of Representatives. When he became Supreme Chancellor. Yeah, when he came Supreme Chancellor, they went off and staged the Reichstag fire, and he pretty much arm twisted Paul von Hindenburg to give him all powers, which became him pretty much dictator. When he passed the Enabling Act, that pretty much just crowned him as dictator. Paul von Hindenburg couldn't do nothing at that point. Piedmont is a region in Italy. So that was a divided country. Wow. I didn't know that. See, that's something I did not know. I've seen this episode like 4 or 5 times, but wow. I forgot about that. Hold on, let me take this. The French invasion of Rome in 1798. Jesus. So that what? Okay. That's good to know. I didn't even know that. Let's go on.
Territory, and they were like, hey Piedmont, you get revolutionary ideals. Hey Switzerland, you get revolutionary ideals. And Rome, you get revolutionary ideals. Everybody gets revolutionary ideals. Nice sledgehammers. And Naples, very cool nail gun. You guys here to get some revolutionary ideas? As France was still spreading the revolution, and with Napoleon busy in Egypt, the European powers felt the time was right for round 2, and the war of the Second Coalition began. And this time, their big bad boy buddy Russia was here to bang some French boys back to Bordeaux. And bang them, they did. France got blasted. But then Russia pulled out after stalling in Switzerland, and now that Napoleon was in charge of the country.
Go back and see.
But then Russia pulled out after stalling in Switzerland, and now that Napoleon was in charge of the country, he was ready to start blasting right back. He took command of the army of the reserve, and he brought the fight to the Austrians. Now, there are many traits that made Napoleon a great military leader. I already mentioned one of them, how he was one of the boys and commanded the total loyalty. But now we see a second reason, the element of surprise.
Deception of surprise.
In 1800, Napoleon moved to Geneva, and it looked like he was probably going to take on the Austrian forces in Germany. There's no way he'd be crazy enough to move his entire army south through the Alps as a surprise attack on the Austrians besieging Genoa. Oh, Napoleon's moving his entire army south through the Alps as a surprise attack on the Austrians besieging Genoa. Oh, Napoleon's moving.
Is that not the same thing that happened in May 10th, 1940? Is that not the same thing that happened, though? It's funny how history repeats itself. He did it through the mountains. Manstein and Guderian did it through a forest. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's funny how history repeats itself.
His entire army south through the Alps as a surprise attack on the Austrians besieging Genoa. Napoleon's crossing of the Alps is legendary, and you may have seen one of the most famous paintings of the general, popping a sick wheelie on his majestic stallion surrounded by dangerous mountain terrain. Of course, in real life, he made the crossing on a depressed mule. But that's not as cool. When he emerged in Italy, the Austrians expected him to come break their siege, but Napoleon went for their supply line near Milan, forcing the Austrians to meet Napoleon head-on at the famous Battle of Marengo. The Austrians initially clobbered the outnumbered French, and they were like, hooray, we won. But then a few hours later, Napoleon
man said, nah, I'm coming right back, round 2.
Them right back. Holy cow, this tiny little fun-sized French guy is running rings around us. Hey, I'm average height for the time, you jerk! Then, after General Moreau's victory at Hohenlinden, Vienna was exposed, and the Austrians again sued for
Had to
peace.
sue peace.
Just like the war of the First Coalition, the Second Coalition ended in
That's just crazy. Like, let me go back. I don't know why my space bar is not working as far as stopping the video.
around us. Hey! I'm average height for the time, you jerk! Then, after General Moreau's victory at Hohenlinden,
December 3rd, 1800.
Vienna was exposed, and the Austrians again sued for peace.
Okay, want to switch to K, that's fine. Like, that's crazy. And the war origins of the treaty at Badas holds in May, from May to June. Like, these battles did not last that long under this man's tutelage.
Just like the war of the First Coalition, the Second Coalition ended in another French victory. But in many ways, they both felt more like Napoleon victories. Only the UK remained at war with Napoleon, and they were using their powerful navy to blockade French ports and were even seizing the cargoes of neutral ships. Obviously, everyone else got pretty pissed off that the British were interfering with their trade, so in response, they formed a league, and they embargoed the UK right back.
He run right back, makes the league like
their own interests. That's offensive. So Britain went to Copenhagen and blew a bunch of stuff up, and the league disbanded. But because the UK's economy was pretty bust, they decided to sign a treaty with France in 1802.
Wow.
For the first time in a long time, Europe was at peace. Congratulations, sire. You've achieved peace. Yes, Pierre, but not for long. I still don't
Achieved
trust
peace
those
and
dirty
conquered
Brits. Did you hear
almost
they've been
half
calling
of
me the
Europe.
bony man? What does that even mean? Keep an eye on them, would you? I can't, sire. Why not? Because they use NordVPN. How would you like to spend 12 hours a day on your favorite website
got me
ever
with the
without the fear
NordVPN.
of your data being stolen? Then you need NordVPN. NordVPN has thousands of secure servers in 59 countries, allowing you to safely surf.
I gotta go forward on
new
this.
password manager. You search for better amplified videos, for example. It's a sweet Canadian to get a 2-year plan. Oversimplified. And as always, you'll be supporting my channel. So thank you. Now where were we?
UK always annoys me in history. I swear to God. Why they annoy you, Smeggy? They so why they so pretentious though? Nah, Smeggy, they really annoy you like that. I'm not gonna lie, every kind of revolutionary war that happened in Europe, for some reason, the British is always in it. Even in America, it's like they were fighting for, I think it was an island or something, right on the upper side of like Washington, and they even got involved in that. It's like, bro, like how many wars y'all gonna keep getting involved in? How do you even get this money and the funds and the resources to even keep going across country for this, man?
Oh yeah. Crossing the Alps, defeating the Austrians, and Europe at peace. What a meteoric rise it had been for the young Corsican. He had just taken charge of a nation that appeared to be losing a war and turned it all around, securing French gains in Europe. But there was now a big question. You see, throughout the chaotic French Revolution, French governments had struggled to keep the economy afloat. They often didn't have a whole lot of support, and they frequently came and went. Would Napoleon finally be the man who could stick around? Military victories were one thing, but could the general also govern? Spoiler alert. Yes,
He's finna go
the
now.
economy's crumbling? Well then why don't you have yourself a new national bank, currency reform, and improved taxation and welfare systems?
A new national bank. So, is it safe to say that he was the one that created national banks and reforms? And now we probably perverted it and turned it into something crazy than what it was supposed to be. I mean, they enslaved my whole so nah, man, Smeggy, come on, man. I ain't gonna lie, he probably did my family too, man. I just got in a debate at my job because the person was telling me, "You're not black, you're Puerto Rican." It's like, well, if I'm Puerto Rican, how am I this skin color? By the way, I'll turn on my camera real quick just to show you. Give me a second. Hold on. How am I the skin color? How am I the skin color right here? Evidently, there was only one continent that it came from. Where would that continent be? Africa, of course. Though I'm not completely black. But that's neither here nor there. That's for another debate. As what the American population would say or think, but in order for me to be like this, somebody was enslaved and was dropped off in Puerto Rico and in Cuba and in the Dominican Republic. I mean, these countries did not have a mixture of different colored people. No, it's wild. Let me tell you this, Maggie. I'm at work and a guy is telling me what race I am, and he's trying to tell me what's the truth. It's like, bro, I know my heritage, I know who I am, whose I am, and the lineage of family line from which I came from. We're out here to do lane closures, MLT, and flagging and stuff like that. If I want to hear a Martin Luther King speech, I'll go join a civil rights, movement, and I'm not knocking that or nothing. Or I'll go do public service. I got no problem with that. I got no knock against that. But if I come here to work, I don't have you working with me to hear a Martin Luther King speech. I come here to do a job. But I'll be damned if you're going to tell me where I came from. That's not happening. I'm sorry, that's not happening, bro. And I told him, I said, before you can even tell me something about my race, you got to live right yourself, bro. How you going to tell me about my race? But yeah, you out here setting up things yourself that's beyond backwards. So you got all this knowledge for race, but you don't even have enough knowledge to do your own job. That's crazy, bro. Hey, what's up, Alex? Welcome to the stream, bro. How you doing, Papa? Happy Friday, man. And he subscribed to me, so if he's here listening, hey, truth, it is what it is, and we could talk about it face to face too. But ain't nobody gonna convince me of something different. I don't care what type of group you may got involved in. I don't care what type of people you may know, what civil people that taught you their history and stuff like that. Their history does not coincide. We all have different paths, different histories. The races came from different lineages and different families, and it goes way back than just 1900. This goes back to like biblical times almost in a sense. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's a video about Napoleon. We're reacting to the oversimplified right now. I took a break from Hoi 4, but at the end of the day, it's like this. There's a verse in the Bible where it says, "From the dust that you came, and from the dust you shall return." I, I'm made out of dust, and when I die, guess where we're all going? We're going right back underground into the dust. I don't see race or none of that. And as far as my race, you can't tell me nothing different. And I don't come here to debate about race or to educate people on race. If you want a discussion, that's fine. But you will not tell me where I came from when I know where I came from. That's not happening.
Why don't you have yourself a new national bank, currency reform, and improved taxation?
And this is just me speaking. Yeah, I needed a moment to gather my thoughts before I say this. This is just me speaking for me. I'm not speaking for a majority. I'm not speaking for a whole side. I'm not speaking for a person or anything. I'm speaking for myself. I know for myself because this is what I know. This is what I studied, and this is what I have to look back under. Now, I'm not saying that my race is better or any man's race is less. We're all the same. We bleed the same blood. We died when we die. We're all gonna be 6 feet under. We all came out the womb the same way. This is who we are. But to go to a job to do that, nah, I ain't got time for that, bro. Alex is from Spain, and Alex, you correct me if I'm wrong. When the Spanish Empire happened, y'all invaded Africa and y'all took some slaves and y'all dropped them off in Caribbean countries and whatnot. Ain't that the reason? Ain't that how you got some Puerto Ricans that are dark skinned? Ain't that the reason why we got some Cubans that are dark skinned too? But just because that happened, that doesn't mean I'm gonna sit there and look down at Alex or look at him different because of what happened in the past. I can't change what happened in the past, and I wasn't there. But I can go by the historical fact. It's unfortunate how it happened, but it doesn't take effect in me now because I have a choice to sit there and whether accept Alex for who he is as a Spaniard or not. But I look at Alex as just me, as another person, as another guy. We're all brothers in this. So someone you Smeggy says telling someone you know where they came from is wild though. It is, it's wild. Like you got some nerve to say that, you know. No, a lot of people if you knew the job that my work area, I love my job. And I love what I do. But the people in my work area, they come up with the wildest stuff, and some of them they ain't playing with a full deck of cards, and that's cool. I don't look at down on them. I don't look at them different, but you're not gonna change the way of the things that I know of who I am. That's not happening. You could all you doing is talking with a wall with me. Alex E says racism is a hallmark of the United Kingdom. His children in USA, South Africa, Australia, etc. have inherited. Yeah, Spaniard and Portuguese, Smeggy says. I mean, my family tree are some of the whitest people on earth, but the racism we received was insane for so long because we used to be a colony. But that's the thing though, like, these things happened then. Why did these things happen then still have to carry weight now? Like at a certain point we have to stop holding what happened in the past. We can recognize what happened in the past. I'm not saying forget what happened in the past. We can recognize what happened in the past, but at the same time, this is a different time. Why can't we as individuals sit there and get along and forget what happened in the past and try to build something for the future for the next generation? Why do we have to keep looking back towards a past generation and not build a future for the new generation that comes after us? When me, Alex E is gone, and when you Smeg is gone, why can't we build something better? Because we weren't there now, but we here now. What can we do now as individuals is the question. If you look, Alex E says, if you look at an ethnic map of Americas, you can see how the former territories of Spain have miscongregate as miscegenation, while in those United States and Canada and the Indians were almost, and that's what I'm saying. Like Smeggy says, the reason why we can't move on is because some people refuse to move on. Exactly my point. Thank you, Smeggy. We hold this past, but yeah, we refuse to move on. But it's like somebody has to be the person to step up, and that's what pisses me off because we're so quick to throw everything on racism and step up on everything on racism, but nobody is quick to step up and say, let's do something to change it. Let's just change this thinking. Let's find ways to have better relations from one another. Nobody ain't quick to do that, but everybody's quick to throw a card at everybody, and I don't like that. Like even at my job, even at my job. Alex E say Spain committed many injustices too. It was the wrong mentality of the time. Racism is absurd. It's a primitive fear of what is different. We have to learn to love each other. Racism is just scorched. It's facts. It's facts. They refuse to move on from their beliefs, and that's the problem. That's the problem because you know what's so crazy? I don't mind saying this on on live. I'll say it anyway. I'm 39 years old. I don't look like it. I'm 39 years old. I grew up in an era where I had no internet. Like the internet was coming around like in '98. And even then in that era, like we had a way. Like I'm from Minnesota. We couldn't even get along then. We got tools now to where we could connect to one another or try to make things right or try to get with one another to build something. We got all this access to the internet to connect to one another from across the country. Like Alex, you from Spain right now. I'm connecting with you. Smeggy, you never told me where you from, but I'm connecting with you. We got all this tool and yet we don't do nothing with it. But yeah, we're quick to throw the race card, and that's what gets me mad about this world, really. Alex E says, curiously, the founder of the Spanish Fascist Party, Primo de Rivera, said Spain is not and cannot be racist. They can look for him. Many ignored his words. That's true. That is true. That is a true saying. You look good for 39, my brother. I appreciate it, man. Thanks God. Hey, man, I thank God for it. If I was to show you a lot of people I grew up with, including females, you'd be shocked. They don't look like their age, neither. I always tell, like, the people I grew up with, like, we came from an era where we're, like, ageless. Like, we were in the fountain of youth. Oh, you from Ireland? Hey, man, shout out to Ireland, too. Hey, Smeggy, I got a question. Because you're from Ireland, this is one thing I want to know. Do they got sisters in Ireland? Do they got, like, black females in Ireland? It's just a curious question, man. Because I know there's some black females that look like me that's in Spain right now. I know that for a fact. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alex. That's what I'm saying. And you know what's even more crazy? This is what I find funny. And this is from coming from a person that many consider me as black when they first see me. Why is it that women from Great Britain, though they still gold diggers, women are always going to be gold diggers. You're going to find them around the world. But why is it that they're more, how can I put it? I don't want to say uneducated, more respectable morals than it is over here. That's what I'm trying to get at. Ireland brothers, Ireland brothers, both we don't like United Kingdom, Northern Ireland for us, and Gibraltar for ours. Not Gibraltar. I don't know. I just to me there's like a difference. I don't know if it's that per se. I don't know. It's just different. Like women from the UK and I guess from mine, they're just different than me. I don't know what it is. It's there's a difference there I cannot hit. Alex E says, I think a person from a country, if they have its culture, skin color, has nothing to do with it. Thank you. It doesn't have nothing to do with it. The fact that UK still owns Gibraltar is wild. That's facts too. Why do that's wild. I never understood that. The UK colonizes so many countries, and like some of these countries now have enough resources to do things on their own. Why are they still under British control? I don't know. And by the way, YouTube, I'm not trying to challenge the country of Britain or anything of that nature. These are just everyday questions that a person would ask. Anyways, let's go on with the simplified video.
And welfare systems. The legal system is an incoherent mess? Well, then why don't we nicely wrap all those civil laws up into one new centralized legal code? Corrupt government officials? Throw them in the trash. Bad infrastructure? Throw it in the trash. Women's rights? Throw them in the trash. Wait.
Fact.
Really?
Hey, hold on. Stop right there. I don't say
Infrastructure? Throw it in the trash. Women's rights? Throw them in.
I'm not saying throw it in the trash, but a lot of the rights that they're getting right now, you know they ain't gonna use at least. They're not using at least 50% of them. Let's keep it real on that. Smeggy says, weird thing is Ireland is actually a racist country despite how bad we were treated ourselves under the UK. It's so wild. It makes me sad. I think it's a sense of entertainment. That's that's right, because y'all had a civil war too, where the IRA versus North I think it was the Northern Army or something like that. If I correct me if I'm wrong. We have a Quetta and a Mia in Africa, but they were Spanish before Morocco existed as a country. Facts. Gibraltar is a tax haven and impoverished the Spanish area next. Oh wow, I did not know that. But you see, this is good. Like I'm getting educated by this stuff. Like you guys live on the other side of the world, and it's like I'm over here. By the way, I'm in Florida. By the way, like this is crazy because it's like a lot of this stuff right here in Europe I don't even know about. Y'all educating me on this. Alex E says Spain in Spain there is more and more rejection of is. You know what? And that's true, Alex, because I remember when Samuel Eto'o was playing with Barcelona, like he was getting a lot of racist chants, like they were throwing bananas and stuff, and I was like, bro, like how is it that Barca's own player and they own fans is throwing bananas at him? Like I never understood that. They calling him monkey and stuff. I'm like, bro, that doesn't make sense to me. I never understood that. I never understood that. That didn't make no sense to me. The Civil War was 1922 after the recreation of the Free States. That was to do with the opposing views of the treaty for our releases, and then from the 60s to the 90s, the IRA fought. So y'all fought a war for almost 30 years? Because of the hatred for the English. Jesus Christ. Yo, I did not know that. That's crazy. That's wild. Wow, that's wild. And man, if anybody was to be here in Florida, say they got a bad now, they go up there, Ireland, and see how that work out. Cause I couldn't do it, bro. I couldn't be under no war for 30 years. I'll lose my mind. I ain't gonna hold you. I will lose my mind. A note: I'm not worried about the UK government, but it's not the people's fault. It's not. It's not. I can't. You can't blame the people for what the UK have. You can't blame for how the UK is formed today. You can't blame the people for that. Like when all this stuff going on, it's like 3 or 4. Nah, I won't even say 3 or 4. More like 4 or 5 generations later. Like you can't blame the people for that. I don't think you can do that. Anyways, let's go on with this simplified video, y'all.
In the trash. Wait, really? Well, yeah. Unfortunately, while Napoleon was building on the equality of the revolution,
At least he did
he also
equality,
largely
Napoleon.
scaled back rights for certain groups, and husbands had full legal control over their wives. But come on,
Damn.
ladies. Maybe let men have a slice of the pie for once. Okay? Napoleon further reformed education, ensuring a
Northern
system
Ireland.
based on individual ability, meaning now Simeon had to compete with everyone else, and Napoleon could get the cream of the crop to help him run the republic.
You're high.
But he wasn't just building on the ideas of the revolution. The revolution
Smeggy says it's a very complex war, many reasons and layers. You know what? We're gonna do a reaction video to that probably tomorrow. We'll do a live reaction to it. I'm gonna try to do some research on it. If you want to suggest a video I can look up on YouTube, we'll do a reaction video, and I'll put my camera on this time. I didn't put it on today because my hair is crucified, bro. I ain't got no haircut, no nothing. I'm looking crazy right now. Let's go on.
had led to a lot of chaos, and Napoleon needed
Sheesh.
stability. So he rolled back a couple things, most notably with religion. The revolution had pretty much kicked the Catholic Church to the curb, but Napoleon understood that since many French citizens still considered themselves Catholic, that could be a problem. so he came to an agreement with the Pope.
He had to
and
come to
brought back
agreement to the
church,
Pope,
only
yeah.
this time with some pretty hefty power limitations. He also ensured freedom for other religions, and is often noted for his positive treatment of Jewish people at a time of widespread anti-Semitism.
Wow.
While all of this may make Napoleon sound like a
So
pretty
he wouldn't
stand-up
even
dude,
nothing.
it's good
He
to note
ain't
that he
had
believed in
nothing against
religious
Jews.
freedom because
That's
he thought
crazy.
it was a powerful tool to keep
I didn't
the
know
poor
that.
from eating the rich, or something like that. Overall,
Hold on, what'd he
Napoleon's
say?
tool to keep the poor from eating the rich, or
Regions keep the rich from being massacred by poor people. My man be speaking in riddles, but yet it's still a true saying. Smeggy says, "What time do you stream usually?" Somewhere between 3 o'clock, Florida Standard Time. I guess it's Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what time is it over there in the UK. I usually go from 3 to however long it is. The more people that stay here and they want to talk, I just keep going. It is true though.
something
Let's go
like that. Overall, Napoleon's aim was to end the chaos
Alex
of the
E says so
revolution
true.
and
No,
finally
it is.
create
It's
a
true.
stable and prospering French Republic. And in that
'Cause
aim,
look, Alex, it's so true because think about it. If you put the rich somewhere in the hood where I'm at. Let's see how that works after 1 week. Let's see if somebody don't get robbed for something. Or somebody don't get extorted or somebody don't get kidnapped. Let's see how that works out. And I don't, by the way, I don't promote or incite violence. So you two don't be trying to get me for that. I'm just speaking truth out here.
he seemed to be largely successful and generally popular with the people of France. He officially declared that the revolution is over, adding, "I am the revolution." Napoleon
You started about 9 p.m. here. Be right back. I gotta go find a good video on the troubles. Okay, bet. Dang, you been up since 9 o'clock, bro? God. Man, I gotta hook you up with something, Smeggy, whenever you get back.
Napoleon's
That's
head
wild.
could be seen for miles. Of course, not everyone was happy with Napoleon's reforms. Conservatives felt he was too radical. Radicals felt he was too
He was too
conservative.
conservative.
But since Napoleon was a dictator, opposition could usually be stamped out with some good old-fashioned iron fist.
Alex, do you think Napoleon was the first dictator of like Europe, like the original dictator of Europe? O déjame hacerte la pregunta en español. ¿Tú crees que Napoleón era el primero dictador en Europa que ha asistido? By the way, what kind of length of video? It don't matter. It don't matter. You tell me this is about island in your country. I don't care about the length. You find the best one that pretty much depict what you're going through, and I will go react to it.
In 1804, Napoleon took one last major step. After some failed attempts were made to assassinate him, he wanted to strengthen.
Nah, I would say the Roman times. Yeah, that's true. Julius Caesar. No, that's right. Because that was kind of, but was it dictatorial? Because they had to switch senators every year. Like nobody could be like emperor or none of that. They had to switch every year. No. That's right. That was the Senate, not the emperor. Emperor was a locked in position. Smeggy says because it goes from like 6 minutes to an hour 30 minutes. Don't care, bro. I don't. Hey, if it goes that long, it goes that long. I mean, we ain't gonna be the only ones watching it. I can tell you that much. Whoever else comes in the stream, they're more than welcome to watch it also.
Strengthen his position and ensure his dynasty could live on after him. And so he decided being first consul for life simply wasn't quite enough. He decided he should become emperor. He held a vote, asking the French people if they were cool with the idea, and they returned a definitely not rigged 99.9% in favor. The ball's on this man.
Wow.
And so on the 2nd of December, 1804, in an elaborate ceremony at Notre Dame, Napoleon was made emperor. The Pope was even invited to attend, And normally, he would crown an emperor. But to make sure everyone knew this wasn't some Charlemagne-style circular power division, Napoleon lifted the crown and placed it on his own.
That's crazy. That's crazy. The fact that you don't even let the high priest do it. You just grab it and put it on your own head. That's wild. That lets you know he was built different from the beginning. And he was just against the system. I'm not gonna lie. I love that. I love that right there.
Own head. Like I said, the ball's on this man. He was now Emperor of the French. Well, Napoleon, you were a general. Then you became first consul for life, and now you're an emperor. Is it enough yet? Is your ambition finally satisfied?
All right. So the best one in
I
my
don't know,
opinion
Pierre. What comes
is the
after
two-parter
emperor?
right here.
I would say,
Okay, I got it.
God, sire. You
We're gonna react to that
want to be a
tomorrow.
god? Yes. I'll
Part
put it
1
down
and
at a
2.
maybe. Okay, everyone.
Got you.
What the hell is going on? This
We're gonna
Corsican
react to
guy
that
showed up
tomorrow
out of
then,
nowhere,
'cause I'm gonna
and
be
he's
streaming
kicking our
tomorrow.
ass.
I'm
He's
off, so
exporting the ideas of the French
I usually
Revolution
wake
wherever
up.
he goes, and he just
Let me
declared
stop this
himself
real
king
quick.
of Italy.
I usually wake up. I don't know what time it is. Like I wake up somewhere between 9 a.m. probably 10 a.m. 10 a.m. to 11, somewhere around that time. So I'm thinking like if 11 or 10 my time, it should be like what 5 or 6 o'clock over there. Where you at? Because you and Alex, I think, got the same time frame, right? Alex, entre tú y Smeggy, porque está en Irlanda y tú que estás en España, ustedes más o menos tienen el mismo horario, ¿verdad? ¿O es diferente? ¿Hay una diferencia de hora? Not everyone is. Oh, that's cool. That's cool that you're so open to learn. Man, I'm open, bro. One thing I love is history. $10 a.m. will be 3 p.m. Oh, that's perfect then. 4 p.m. for out. That's perfect right then. We can do it like that. Because I'll react to that. And I also was gonna show y'all this. I also had in mind of doing this one documentary they had about the Wehrmacht too. I think we all have the same schedule. At most, there is an hour difference. Okay, bet. Alex E, 1 hour difference. Okay, bet. It's now 1:27. So, Smeggy, you what at 2:27 a.m. right now? Here it's 27. Okay, yeah. I think you tried to say 2:27 a.m. then. In Rome, there was a figure of a dictator, but it was of limited time. He was appointed for a time of extreme urgency, as when Hannibal threatened the existence of. Oh, I did not know that. I'm an hour behind. Okay, so you're an hour behind. So it's 12:27 for you, and he's an hour ahead. Okay, bet. So then, yeah, we could do. How about this? Instead of 10, let's shoot for 11. Yeah, let's shoot for 11 my time. That should be like 4 to 5 between y'all at, and then we'll just ride out from there. And if y'all got any friends that's welcome to like look at streams like this, bring them on, man. I got no problem with it. Like I said, this stream is for everybody. Everybody's welcome. It's mostly military history and reacting to stuff on YouTube and Hoi 4, stuff like that, man. It's funny because we're located close to each other, but Spain has Germany's time. How you get Germany's time when you in Spain, though? That's wild. Yeah, it's funny. Alex, Spain shares a time zone with Serbia. Are you serious? Dang. Yo, and even after World War II, Europe is still messed up. Nah, I'm just teasing y'all, man. Hey, I'm not trying to offend nobody from Europe. I love everybody from Europe, man. Trust me. If I had $1 million, I'd leave up out of here and go straight to either Spain or Great Britain. I'm not gonna hold you.
And Emperor. He can't do that. I'm the Emperor. Oh, hey, fellow monarchs. I see you're having a monarch party. My invite must have got lost in the mail. I'll just set up a spot right here. Wow. You don't belong here, Napoleon. We're coming to take you down. I'd like to see you try. Whoa, I'm so scared I just pooed my pants.
I'm not gonna lie. I love it with a country like Serbia. That's true. Serbian people are nice, man. I ain't gonna hold you, especially when they play basketball. A lot of guys from the U.S. be making fun of like Serbian basketball players. You crazy? Tony Kukoc came out of Serbia too. Like, don't get it twisted. And Poland too. Facts. Especially Robert Lewandowski. He came from Poland too, if I remember correctly. I believe he's Polish.
Hey, everyone. I just pooed my pants. No, but I did just poo my pants. Before Napoleon had even declared himself emperor, the British had already redeclared war.
Let me see. Serbians are funny as hell, but they're unhinged as hell. Listen, Smeggy, I don't know if Smeggy, let me know if you watch basketball because when Devin, I don't know if you watch basketball, but 2 years ago, Devin Booker was making fun of Luka Doncic, and like he kind of pushed him into play. This was like Game 6 or Game 5 or something like that, and he told him he was like, "Oh, everybody acting tough when they up." For that guy to like literally take down the whole team in a Game 7 and blow him out by 50 is beyond comprehension. That dude is funny, but like when that guy got mad, he literally dropped like 55 on their head. Yes, the Balkans are an area complicated. They're funny, but you mess with them, it's a wrap. Just ask who else? Nikolai Jokic. There was a teammate that got pushed for the Denver Nuggets. He came back and like literally, I don't know how to this day this basketball player standing, but he took him out, and he wasn't even trying to go full force. NATO bombed them in the '90s, so I understand that they're not very fond of us. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, Operation Merciful Angel. Yep, I remember that.
In France because both sides had been violating their previous treaty. Napoleon immediately occupied Hanover and then began making plans for a great British invasion, partially paid for by selling a huge chunk of land to the United States.
Which is crazy, by the way. I don't know why they. This was to me the worst trade ever to do this.
Invasion, partially paid for by selling a huge chunk of land to the United States. Napoleon gathered his army
I will never
along
know
the
why he
English
did that.
Channel. But here,
In response to the Bosnian genocide. Yep. I remember that too. That was back in what, 93? It was 93 to 94, if I remember correctly, when that went down.
was the problem. While Napoleon's powerful army would almost certainly obliterate the British on land, there was very little chance he'd actually make it across the channel, because Britannia ruled the waves. This power dynamic would keep the two traditional enemies from engaging in much real direct combat throughout the Napoleonic Wars. However, the British had something else up their sleeve: copious amounts of money. They were willing to throw cash at anyone who would go to war
That's
against
crazy.
Napoleon, and there were plenty of takers: Austria, Russia, Naples, and Sweden, hoping to put Napoleon's
For the fact that Great Britain have enough money to fund this country, to fund Sweden, to fund Russia, to fund the Prussian army, along with that, the Austrian army, half of Italy. That's wild. That is crazy. That lets you know, like, the money that Great Britain has. Well, I mean, that sale gave him a large chunk of money, and it was very hard to garrison and protect that land. Yeah, that is true.
France, back in its place, formed the Third Coalition against France. The coalition forces probably thought that this time they stood a chance. They weren't prepared for the total humiliation they were about to suffer. The War of the Third Coalition was Napoleon at his best. We've already learned 2 ways in which Napoleon was a great military commander, but here comes one of the biggest reasons.
Lightning speed.
He had reorganized his army into corps, which were themselves, basically, small armies.
This was revolutionary right here. This right here was revolutionary. I think this is where Eric Van Manstein kind of got like the base of Blitzkrieg right here, was this right here.
Each had their own infantry, cavalry, and artillery.
Is that not the same thing as Blitzkrieg? Is that not the same thing as the invasion of 1940 in the western side of Europe? It's the same thing. Like, it's the same exact thing. It's just funny how history repeats itself.
And as a result, was able to act more independently. They spread out through the countryside, and by living off the land, rather than relying on heavy supply trains, they were able to move extremely quickly. Napoleon would traverse massive distances, outmaneuver his enemies, isolate them, and then move in.
The same thing that happened with the sickle cut movement when they cut through the Ardennes forest. It's the same thing.
For the kill, before they even knew what was going on. Lightning warfare leading to total destruction. Would you like to see him do it? Here we go. Part of the coalition's plan was for the Russians to meet up with the Austrians and take on Napoleon together. Combined,
Alex E said Napoleon was one of the greatest personalities in history. Is that fact? I mean, for a guy to have over 60 wins and only like 7 or 6 losses, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Who wins like that? Me and Smeggy was talking about that before you joined the live stream, Alex. Like, nobody goes and wins 60 battles and only lose like 6 or 7. That's 6 or 7. That's a ratio of plus 500. That's a war score of plus 50. Like, 500. Nobody is coming close to that war score. Not even Genghis Khan can come there. Even if he had a twin brother, it still would not add up to that.
they could turn the tide against him, so Napoleon needed to stop them from ever meeting. But he's all the way over in Boulogne. No problem. In a matter of weeks, Napoleon marched 200,000 men, in secret, encircling Austrian General Mack and capturing his entire army. A devastating blow. Napoleon later remarked,
And that's crazy. I have destroyed the Austrian army by simply marching. Who does that?
destroyed the Austrian army by simply marching. Next, he turned to face the approaching Russians. Okay, it looks like the French are coming for us, but check this out. I've got an amazing idea. When they approach, we run away. Sir, you're a genius. The Russians began to retreat with Napoleon giving chase, and since his tactics relied on quick victories, this could be a problem, especially because the longer the war went on, the more likely it looked other countries may join the coalition against him. But Napoleon knew the Russian Tsar, Alexander I, was young.
I'll call it the tag team era.
So he came
when
up
they
with
try
an
to tag
idea
team
lure
him,
in.
and he still
sent
beat him.
a message. What does it say? It says, "Hello, I'm just a little baby boy, and I'm very scared."
I
Are
won.
you talking
I
like that, or
saw.
is
I
it?
won,
Yes, sir.
as Julius Caesar
Why is
would
he
say.
doing
Yep.
that? I don't know, but it's
I
very
won, I
cute,
saw, and I
helpless,
won.
and vulnerable.
That's exactly what he said.
A little
You
baby
right about that,
boy,
Alex.
eh? Very scared, eh? Cute, eh? Boris, get my crossbow. We're going hunting. The Allied forces turned to face Napoleon, who they now believed was
Mind you, this is
vulnerable
2 versus 1.
He was set up at Austerlitz, and to make it look like he was retreating, he had even evacuated the high ground. A thick fog set in, obscuring Napoleon's center.
Let me stop it right here. The Battle of the Bulge, did this not happen either? That because they couldn't find Americans already had the Allies had air superiority at that time, but due to the fact that it was heavily dense and it was fogged, the Germans actually had a successful counterattack until the weather cleared up, and then what happened? They got destroyed. They tried to do something that Napoleon did, but by then they didn't have enough manpower to do it. It was already too late as it was.
As the Allies took the bait and set up on the heights. From there, they spotted Napoleon's very weak-looking right flank, and they descended the heights to go get it. Little did they know, it was exactly what Napoleon was hoping they'd do. The next thing they knew, a large French force was emerging from the fog, launching a huge central assault up the hill. They swung around, crushing the Allies, and as men attempted to flee across the frozen lakes,
And they almost got
Napoleon
encircled like
ordered
that
his
too, the
artillery
U.S.
to
Army.
fire on the
But
ice,
George
causing
Patton
an
came up and
unknown
bailed them
number
out.
to drown. But he You told me he was just a little baby boy. What happened? He tricked you, sir. You mean I was the little baby boy all along? It was Napoleon's masterpiece, and Austria were once again forced to make peace with France.
85,000 versus
Then, with the French conquest of
1,500.
Naples in
8,500 versus
1806,
1,500.
The War of the Third Coalition
That's
ended
crazy.
as yet another Napoleon victory. This was the third time Napoleon had to give Austrian Emperor Francis a good spanking. And so, with the peace treaty in 1805, Napoleon was determined
And
to
3 L's
finish
in a
it.
row.
He was forced to give up territory, hand over significant compensation, and promised never to fight Napoleon again. For now, Russia, Sweden, and the UK remained at war with France, but none were able to offer much of a threat. And so, Napoleon got to work strengthening his grip over Europe. He gave out rule of captured territories to his family and friends, and most notably, he established a new confederation in Germany, with himself as its protector. Seeing
Hold on,
his
wait a minute,
influence
wait a
in
minute.
the new confederation in Germany, with himself as its
They actually had the Confederation of the Rhine. I did not know that. What was this Confederation of the Rhine? I'm trying. Y'all let me know if y'all know anything about that. I did not know they had a Confederation of the Rhine.
protector. Seeing his influence in Germany being wiped away, Emperor Francis acknowledged reality and officially dissolved the Holy Roman Empire, an entity that had existed for over 1,000 years. But it wasn't all good news for Napoleon. For one thing, Spain had earlier allied with France in 1804 because the British just couldn't help themselves from blowing up Spanish ships, and Napoleon hoped
Wow.
the combined French-Spanish fleet would eventually be able to invade England. Unfortunately, he received word that British Admiral Nelson had engaged his fleet at Trafalgar. Normally, naval battles looked like this, but in this case, Nelson did this. Was it because he was an idiot? No, it's because he was a genius. He successfully punched through the Franco-Spanish line and unleashed
wow.
hell. His victory ensured British control of the sea, and his death during the battle made him a legend. Napoleon's hopes for a future British invasion were gone. But not just that, Napoleon was also hoping to
I saw, I overcame. I said it wrong. I said it wrong before. No, you good, bro. You good.
secure peace on the continent, but that wasn't looking likely because the Prussian king was under pressure from his wife. Frederick, he's established a confederation in our turf, and he told us he'd give us Hanover, but then offered it to the British. You have to declare war on him. What is it with you and war? What is it with you and being a cupcake? Go to war!
Go to war.
In October 1806, Prussia, with its famed
Imagine a
military
woman that puts
tradition,
you to go to war.
joined the
That's crazy.
coalition and declared war, beginning the War of the Fourth Coalition. Unfortunately, Prussian King Frederick William III wasn't the smartest tool in the shed.
Saw
Look at
him a
over
wrench
there,
hold down.
being all French. Makes me sick. Boys,
Jeez.
we'll get him this time. But here's the thing. This time, we have to stick together. Do not under any circumstances face Napoleon by yourself. You all saw what happened to Austria.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. If I'm gonna team up with, I'm not teaming up with somebody that look like this. This spells disaster in all kind of levels. Nah, it ain't happening.
Hey, where'd Fred go? Hey, you jerk. Think you're some kind of big shot? Huh? Want to tangle with Fred? You don't got the cojones. We're screwed. Without consulting his allies, Prussia had gone ahead and sent Napoleon an ultimatum, demanding he move all his forces out of Germany. Now, some of you watching this video probably can't even wipe your own bum yet, but even you know, you don't just send Napoleon an ultimatum. Obviously, Napoleon went in for the kill.
Yeah.
Prussia's army was quite outdated.
This part is really
so when
good.
they met Napoleon at the twin battles of Jena and Auerstedt, it wasn't even close. Even
Jesus
Marshal
Christ.
Defeat's heavily outnumbered corps at Auerstedt sent the Prussians running, and Napoleon carried out a ruthless pursuit of his fleeing enemy, taking Berlin and within a single month decimating the Prussian forces.
Wow.
Frederick William and the remnants of his army moved to the east. At this point, Napoleon's forces were pretty tired. Winter had come, and conditions were miserable. He anticipated both sides would settle into winter quarters, but Russia decided to
Smeggy
try their hand
says
at an
the
unexpected
size
winter
of
attack.
his forehead,
A
he
series of
looking
brutal
like
battles followed
nigga
that
mine.
took
Exactly.
toll on
You
both
got too
sides,
much knowledge for
including
me
the
to
vicious Battle of
to
Eylau,
go to war
fought
with, bro.
in
You got
blizzard
it.
conditions. Men
You go hold
froze to
your
death,
own, bro.
And many deserted. The Russian artillery tore the French to shreds, and Napoleon himself was momentarily under risk of being captured. In the end, the French army was saved thanks to a legendary cavalry charge by Napoleon's
Jeez.
flamboyant cavalry commander, Murat. After the horror inflicted on both sides, they decided it might be a good idea not to do any more fighting until after winter. Then, after winter came, and the fighting continued. The Russians were pushed back to Friedland, where Russian General Bennigsen made a bit of a blunder by positioning himself with the Aller River to his back. The French artillery were able to pin the Russians between the river and their concentrated gunfire, a major element
Punch a
in
hole
Napoleon's
and
fighting
run
style,
through.
and many Russians drowned
Innovative
as they
and
tried
mobile
to
artillery.
escape.
That's exactly how it
War
was.
of the Fourth Coalition. Victory, Napoleon.
Napoleon. Wow. Wow, guys. All right, y'all. Y'all give me a second. I'm gonna take a little 3 or 4 minute break. I'll be right back. But y'all can keep talking in the chat. I'll be here in the chat also. All right, I'm back. All right, let's watch part 2 real quick. I need to get something to
A
eat. I'm
sweet
about to
tart's
go
growth,
hungry here.
so sweet, you'll pucker. Sweet tarts, dare to combine.
This
I would
video was made
understand if you
possible by
didn't
Honey. Install now for free
share my
using the link
point of
below
view.
and start saving money.
And subjective. I think Cuba, Puerto Rico, also the Philippines and Guam were stolen, and I wish they had remained part of Spain. I I don't know. Like, that's a touchy subject though. Like, how would that be? Like, if we were still under Spain control as Puerto Ricans, how would that be? Like, how would that work out in today's society? Because back then it was crazy, but what about now? Like, would it be different? Would the laws be different? In that sense, the Spaniards who had become independent and had not made a free associated state colony were expelled. It's true, but I mean, in in consolidation, like, we still cheer for y'all when it come to the World Cup. I mean, I was happy when Spain won. Me being a Puerto Rican, after all that stuff that went down, I was still happy. I was a Spanish football fan. I always loved the national Spanish soccer team because the way y'all play tiki taka. Y'all play more of a team, more of a cohesive unit. So I loved it when y'all won the World Cup. I just, what would the laws be like? How would things would be like? Would it be different? Would it be worse? Like, we wouldn't know how that be. Now, you say now, I don't know if it would be viable. Puerto Ricans have already forged their own identity, and it's true. Like, you gotta love the fact that they forged their own identity, and still to this day, in a sense, we almost have kind of like the same point of view as far as y'all, because as far as Spaniards, because of the simple fact that we're still not part of the United States. We're associated with them, but we refuse to be part of the United States because we were our own colony. So we kind of like took what y'all built as an empire and made it our own. It's not as big as how Spain was, but we took the playbook that y'all got and we doing it in our kind of way too at the same time. I'm not gonna lie though, if there was a day that somebody gave me $1 million and they asked me where would I go, there's only two places: Great Britain or Spain. That's it. And this coming from a Puerto Rican that's telling you this.
When you shop online.
Let's go on with the video.
After the Third and Fourth Coalition Wars, Napoleon had decisively defeated all three of his main rivals on the continent.
Me gustaría que se fije en una provincia más de España, pero not if it's forced. It would only be generated bad vibes. Por las cosas que ha pasado antes, yo creo que es mejor que los dos países se quedan separados. Las relaciones entre nosotros dos hoy en día está bien, por lo que yo veo, por lo que yo sé ahora. Ahora, si es otra cosa que anda pasado que yo no entiendo, Dios dirá. Yo tengo que investigarlo para yo saber. What I was just telling him was, I think it's good now that we're separated, and the relations we got now is good at the moment, unless something has happened or something different has changed. But apart from that, like, it's fine. Like, the way how it is now is fine, man. And like, even if we was to be colonized again by Spain, like, it would just bring up all the stuff that happened back then, and all we're doing is moving backwards instead of moving forwards. I don't think that would be a good thing, unless unless it's colonized with a different reform, with a different state, or like different laws and stuff like that, to where we still have free will, but we're still under the protection of Spain, and it could work something that way. But apart from that, and I don't see that happening anytime soon. I think we're fine the way how it is right now. And even if we was to go back to that, it's gonna bring up a whole bunch of repressive problems, political problems, diplomacy issues. People are gonna try to get involved with wars. And Alex, you know who's gonna jump in the minute that happens. Great Britain gonna jump in real quick.
And he was now undoubtedly the master of Europe. After the Battle of Friedland, his enemies sued for peace, and they all met on a raft on a river for negotiations. They had been fighting for the past 4 years, but now Napoleon and Alexander surprisingly
That's
got along
crazy.
like a house on fire. They laughed together. They
Imagine-
chatted long into the night. They kissed.
This right here, I'm just gonna say this, and I speak for me when I say this, is unacceptable. But to be best friends with the person who you done whooped 3 times in a war, I just can't see that happening.
The two had a lot of mutual respect, and Napoleon even told his wife that if Alexander were a woman, I would make him my mistress.
Tienes razón. Por un lado, la encantaría recuperarlo, pero por otro, no tiene mucho sentido y es más un deseo. No sé si España tiene colonias, but I get your point. Basically, what Alex is saying, that I have a point that on one hand he would love for it to be recovered as a colony, but at this point there is no sense of doing it, let alone the feeling of doing it. He doesn't know if there's any more colonies left, but he gets my point. I see your point though, Alex. Like it can be possible. It will have to be reformed so different that, to me, I think it will trigger a Caribbean war. Somehow, some way. Let's say, for example, that was to happen. Who's to say that Cuba is not going to sit there and take that as a threat? And then what end up happening? If they take that as a threat and we still have good relations with the United States get involved. And if the United States get involved, Cuba still got relations with Russia. That could trigger another war right there. It could be a World War III just off of Caribbean islands. Because everybody's too trigger happy to shoot a missile right now at this point. So that's how I look at it in that standpoint. I think it would be good as far as relations towards the both of us, but Cuba is going to take that as like a threat. Some way, shape, or form, they're going to take that as a threat because they could sit there and propaganda it as, oh, now you guys are trying to sit here and take over us after you done took over Puerto Rico. Whether if it was willing or unwillingly, it will bring so much world tension to be crazy. And if y'all going to colonize us, you know who's going to get involved again. Great Britain going to jump right in. And that's nothing against the UK or nothing, but let's be real. Y'all do jump in a lot of wars. Those are the facts. Greetings to Twitch chat. Oh, I don't have a Twitch right now. I mean, I got a Twitch, but I'm not streaming on Twitch. This is on YouTube.
Kind of a weird thing to say to your wife, Napoleon. In the end, they came to an amicable agreement. Russia would lose barely any land, and in return, they'd join France against the UK and invade Sweden. Win-win. On the other hand, Frederick William III was sidelined, and Prussia lost an enormous amount of territory to French client states. Only the UK remained as the last major threat to Napoleon, and they continued to be a big thorn in his side, constantly funding his enemies and using their powerful navy to wreak havoc on French
And this is what I mean when I say Great Britain still get involved. Still to this day. But let's go on. Let's keep watching.
and overseas colonies. But what could Napoleon do? The British were safe across the channel. Well, he said, if I can't fight you with guns, I'll fight you with money. Earlier in 1806, Napoleon had announced the Continental System, a total shutoff of the UK from continental trade. no one in Europe was to trade with Britain, and Napoleon hoped that by hitting their economy, he could force them to negotiate. The British economy did take a hit, and they responded in their typical fashion, by going to Copenhagen and blowing a bunch of stuff up. But in general, the British managed to stay afloat by simply increasing their trade with other parts of the world. Many
And that's
neutral
how
countries
Great
found
Britain still
themselves stuck
stayed
between
alive
a
as an
rock and a
empire.
hard place, as the two European superpowers demanded they cease trade with the enemy. Hey, America, you better not trade with the French, or else I'll come burn down the White House. What? This is gonna wreck my economy. I need to start saving money. How the heck am I gonna start saving money?
Oh, here we
That's where
go.
universe is going.
Another
Do you want
ad.
shopping? If I told
I'll skip
you
this.
so I can let me save $1,000. Click on the link too. Easy on your online shoppings. A continental block. Now where were we? Oh yeah, making peace with the Russians, a continental blockade, and blowing up Copenhagen. Sick of being blown up for doing almost nothing, and under significant pressure from Napoleon, the Danish officially sided with France. But Napoleon's blockade.
I mean, the Danish had no choice after they got their stuff blown
They were now
up.
cut off from a major trading partner, one that controlled the seas and held a rich, growing empire. And a lot of countries didn't fully comply. Portugal, a traditional British ally, refused to take part. No problem. Napoleon sent an army and invaded. But it wasn't just Portugal. Many of Napoleon's allies were also suspect. Your Majesty, it seems that Spain isn't properly enforcing your blockade. Spain? Why not? Well, it appears they've been trying to find a way out of being your ally since they lost their fleet at Trafalgar. What is with these people? It's almost like everyone's only pretending to be my ally because they know otherwise I'd beat them up. Do I even have any real friends? Are you my friend, Pierre? Say yes or I'll slap you. Napoleon had come to know his ally to the south. And in particular, Napoleon thought the Spanish royal family were an incompetent mess. All right, Carlos, you've got to get it together. How can I trust you when all you do is go hunting? Meanwhile, you let this ambitious nobody who dislikes me run the country. And you seem to be the only person in the universe who doesn't realize he's boinking your wife. And what's
Wow.
worse, who the heck are you? I'm the king's son. I just overthrew my dad. So, actually, now I'm the king. You people are the biggest cluster of shameless, narcissistic idiots, and all around just the worst people I've ever met. Here, have a Kid's Choice Award. French forces, many having conveniently already entered Spain to invade Portugal, occupied Spanish forts, and Napoleon invited the Spanish royals to France to help mediate their different.
Ven acá, Alex. Nada más hacerte una pregunta. The Empire of Spain, or el Estado de España, así estaba el gobierno por tantos años, haciendo traiciones uno atrás del otro durante este tiempo contra Napoleón. I just asked Alex, the Empire of Spain, was y'all that treacherous that y'all do backdoor deals like that and cut people off, even against y'all own family? It's just a simple question.
Differences. All right, we're here with the royal family of Spain. So, Fernando, you've been accused of plotting against your father and vying for the Spanish throne. What do you have to say for yourself? Well, Napoleon, I just think great. Well, I've got the test results right here. Fernando, in the case of the Spanish throne, you are not.
Los Borbones eran muy lamentables. Wow. So estas cosas sí han pasado. Wow. O tú estás diciendo los Bonaparte eran muy lamentables. Wow.
Not the king. And Carlos, you are also not the king.
He was just telling me the Bonapartes was that bad that they had to do stuff like that too. That's crazy.
I'm the king. Actually, Napoleon made his brother the king, but for all intents and purposes, Spain.
Y esa era la estupidez grande que él hizo. That was the one mistake that Napoleon made. He shouldn't have done that. He should have picked somebody that was at least trustworthy to be king of Spain if he was going to do something like that and let them keep their empire. But since he invaded and he kind of got greedy, that's what ended up happening. Well, later on in the video, you're about to see what's going to happen.
At the removal of their unpopular royal family. Imagine his surprise when it turned out that people don't really like to be subjugated by a foreign power, least of all one who had previously attacked the Catholic Church. And so the people of Spain revolted. Brutal fighting broke out as bands of armed Spaniards ambushed French troops.
Ya, rayo, como todos estos muñecos salen de donde quiera. Everybody just came out the woodwork and took them out. And look at this guy over here like, wow. España estaba mejor administrada por los Austrias. When there was a war of secession and the Bonapartes arrived, we have lost Gibraltar. They were ultra centralists, and that was terrible. Yeah. So basically, saying is that their administration was better off being backed by Austria than it was by the Bonapartes. But with the war secession and the Bonapartes arriving and them losing Gibraltar, they were ultra centralists, and that was terrible. And that's pretty much what's triggered this war. Okay. I get it now, Alex. Wow, that's crazy.
Across the kingdom, and vicious atrocities were committed on both sides.
Hey, stop right there. For the record, there are guys that look like me in Spain too. There it is right there, all right? So I want to hear it.
In addition to fighting the regular Spanish and Portuguese forces, the French had to contend with tens of thousands of guerrilla fighters throughout the Spanish countryside. The British even took the opportunity to land an army led by the future Duke of Wellington. And now, British forces were defeating French ones on land. Napoleon briefly went to Spain in person, and he did drive back the Allied armies, but before long, his attention was needed elsewhere. The whole thing became a nightmare for the emperor. He excelled at traditional warfare, but this was something more akin to Napoleon's
guerrilla warfare.
The whole conflict would keep hundreds of thousands of French soldiers and resources bogged down for years. Napoleon was never able to break the will of the Spanish people, and this problem weakened his position in Europe. Hey, Francis, want to go to war with Napoleon again? Oh, I don't know, Britain. He's already whomped me 3 times.
Alex says the Bourbons, the Bonapartes, they were a French royal house. Napoleon came later. The history of Spain is very long and complex. Interestingly, Napoleon's brother was not a bad ruler, but he was an occupier. Oh, wow. So because he wasn't Spaniard is what people didn't really respect it. Because they would rather have somebody that was Spaniard versus somebody that was French. Is what you're trying to tell me.
I'll give you £1 bazillion. Well, okay. Seeing that Napoleon was now caught up in Spain, and with some British funding, Austria decided maybe, just maybe, this time, they'd have a chance. So did they? No. Napoleon defeated them in just 4 months. It was quick, but it wasn't exactly easy. The Austrians had been watching Napoleon and learning, and they had made some reforms, while Napoleon, after years of war, was increasingly having to rely on inexperienced conscripts. So this time, the Austrians gave him a run for his money. The Fifth Coalition saw some of the bloodiest battles to date, including Napoleon's first major defeat. And when he did finally defeat the Austrians at the Battle of Wagram, it was a very costly victory. Still, Napoleon had yet again kicked Francis's butt, and as part of the peace terms, Austria lost a bunch more land. Not long after, however, Napoleon and Francis came to another agreement. It was decided that Napoleon would marry Francis's young daughter. But wait, doesn't Napoleon already have a wife? Well, yes, he did. Josephine and Napoleon had become quite fond of one another, but now that Napoleon was playing the monarch game, he needed a male heir, and his aging wife wasn't giving him one. So it was out with the old and in with the new. At least he didn't behead anyone. For Austria, they felt that if Napoleon was going to keep on winning, they may as well be on his side. So through the marriage, Napoleon got an alliance with Austria and a beautiful baby potato. Between the failing blockade against Britain, the ongoing war in Spain, and now his recent struggles in Austria, cracks in Napoleon's invincibility were beginning to show. But still, look at this map. So blue, so beautiful. Even Sweden, after being pulverized by Russia, overthrew their king, and after an interesting chain of events, ended up putting one of Napoleon's own marshals in charge. Marshal Bernadotte took the name Karl Johan and became Crown Prince of Sweden, after agreeing to join Napoleon's continental system. For now, Sweden was Team France. Napoleon was on top of the world. he had won an endless string of victories. All he had to do now was sit back and not make any major miscalculations that could completely turn the tide of war. So let's see what comes next.
Napoleon's invasion of Russia.
France's alliance with Russia.
Hey, you know what's crazy? For many years, all of these countries have fought against each other and beat each other. And yet this right here has been undefeated for centuries because of one ally, the winter.
Russia was a terrifying prospect. Together, the two could have been unstoppable. But unfortunately, the alliance didn't last. The Russians felt they weren't getting a fair deal. Napoleon's Duchy of Warsaw right on their doorstep was a bit of an insult. And then their economy began to tank because of Napoleon's British blockade. And eventually, they began to open up trade. Your Majesty, it seems Alexander is no longer abiding by the continental system and has begun trading with the British. Alexander? But he kissed me. He kissed you? You wouldn't get it, Pierre. No one would ever kiss you.
I would have never
The security of
admit that
Napoleon's
open
empire
anyway,
depended on
but
removing
that's
the
neither
British
here or there.
threat, and he wasn't happy with Russia's backdoor shenanigans. And so in 1812, Napoleon decided to go to war. He gathered together the most massive army Europe had ever seen, made up of troops from every corner of his
650,000
empire,
men.
and he prepared to invade. Okay, it looks like Napoleon's coming for us. Generals, I need ideas. We could stand and fight. No, that's stupid. You're stupid. We could run away. You're a star. You'll remember Napoleon's tactics relied on astonishing speed to outmaneuver his enemy and force a quick, decisive battle. Well, I've got two words for you.
This was the
Scorched
counter to
earth.
that.
If his opponent retreated while scorching the earth, his men couldn't live off the land. And if his men couldn't live off
Couldn't
the
live off
land,
the
he
land.
needed his supply trains.
Supply
And if he
trains.
needed his supply trains, he couldn't move quickly. And if he couldn't move quickly, he couldn't outmaneuver his enemy. And if he couldn't outmaneuver his enemy, I think you get the point. Napoleon launched his invasion
You're
and
gonna
hoped
be
for a
slow.
quick battle. But all he could do
Alex says yes. Plus, they didn't mind taking a number of brutal casualties. The Russians are very long-suffering people. They are. They really are. They could sit there and lose 13 million people, and it's like a glitch. It's like a glitch or a cheat code. They come right back and have 7.5 million people. Like, the Battle of Stalingrad proved that. And after that, that pretty much killed the whole German army and turned the whole tide of the world war back towards the Russians and pretty much started the downfall of Germany.
was try to catch the retreating Russians while moving deeper and deeper into hostile territory. As he went, the horribly hot summer devastated his army. His men died of heat, exhaustion,
Jesus.
and disease. Supplies began to run
Same
out,
thing.
and his men began to starve. Many deserted, and still the
Same
Russians
thing.
continued to retreat. Numerous times, Napoleon considered turning back, but that little voice in his head kept on telling him, keep going, just a little further. And don't worry, you're definitely average height for the time. He nearly caught the Russians at Smolensk, but it was his birthday, so he had a party instead. When he finally reached Moscow, he predicted the Russians wouldn't be willing to give up such a historic and holy city without a fight. And he was right. The Russians
And it's-
finally turned to face him for the single deadliest day.
And it's always every single person in history gets to this point, this circle right here. They all get to this circle, and somehow they can't push to get to here, no matter how hard they try. And if they do, it's too late by then. There's nothing there for you to live off of.
Of the Napoleonic Wars, the Battle of Borodino. The Russians fought valiantly, and as he got older, Napoleon's battle tactics seemed to become a little less refined and a little more run straight at the enemy, try not to die. He launched a full frontal assault at the Russian defenses, and as a result, the death toll was colossal. The Russians eventually
Jesus.
decided to retreat, leaving Moscow to fall into Napoleon's hands. Quick, the French are taking the city. Release all these prisoners immediately.
It's crazy,
and
like,
tell
he
them to
gets
burn it to the
there.
ground. Well,
Let the
now,
video
Jimmy
play.
the arsonist, you are not going to believe your luck. Moscow went up in flames, and as Napoleon entered, it became very clear his army wouldn't be able to stay there very long. But he had just defeated the Russian army and taken their most beloved city. In his mind, he had won. So he sent Tsar Alexander in St. Petersburg a letter. Your Imperial Majesty, Napoleon requests your surrender. How shall I respond? You shan't.
Alex says, "This is so true. Not even." Prozigi, Prigozhin's Wagner in their rebellion. Even if you get there, You could be 5 miles away. You still can't take the city. It's like this aura of like invincibility that even when it's not defended, you still can't stay there for some reason. It's just like not allowed for you to be there at all. Either the winner gets you, or you come to your senses and realize you're fighting a losing war. It's incredible though. It's incredible.
Dimitri. Ever? Ever. But, Your Majesty, it will be winter soon. The French forces are stuck 500 miles into Russian territory with dwindling supplies. If we don't say anything, well, then they'll all die. Oh! After waiting for a response for about a month, the first snow of winter began to fall, and Napoleon...
Matter of fact, let me say this: Mussolini tried to talk Hitler about backing out of Russia after he got rescued from a prison over there in Switzerland. He brought him back, and Mussolini told him, he said, you cannot defeat Russia. Just the size of the country itself is defense. It's already a defense. You just can't win. And everybody that tried to get there always look at the Kremlin from a distance like this. Every army general will be right here, and you still can't get there. No matter how hard you try, you will never get there. It's incredible.
Napoleon sensed the catastrophe that was about to unfold. He decided their only choice now was to get out. And that's when it happened. It got cold. Stupid cold. His glorious invasion had just become a race for survival.
Even a rebellion couldn't defeat Moscow. Like, come on.
They began to close in on their supply line. Men froze to death. Their horses as well. There was starvation and disease. The injured and dying could only be left by the side of the road, as it was too slow to try to carry them. And all along the way, the dreaded Russian Cossacks stalked the bleeding.
Alex says, if Russia is defeated in Ukraine, let's see what happens. Where are they? We are living in history. That's what I say. Like, here's the thing, and I don't have a side between Ukraine and Russia. This has been going on for over hundreds of years. Russia and Ukraine been fighting each other. But here's the thing. Let's say, for example, Ukraine wins. Let me switch to my Hoi 4 view real quick. I want to show something. Let's do this. Okay. Let me back this map up. Ukraine, I think, if memory serves me correct, is right here. Let's say they get to Moscow. Let's say they get half of this at least. Not even half of this. Let's say they go from here. Let's say Moscow's here. Leningrad is here. Stalingrad is somewhere right here, which is now Volgograd, if I remember correctly. Let's say they get half of this. Who's to say what they're going to do with all this? Vamos a poner que Ukraine gana y ellos cogen esta mitad. Oh, hold on. I got you. Espérate. Give me 1 second. My bad. Hold on. I got you, bro. Give me 1 second. Where is it? Okay, there we go. My bad. Thank you, Alex. Ukraine tá mal menor que Ukraine somewhere right here, right? Let's say Ukraine somehow by the stroke of God's luck, they get half of this right here. Moscow right here, Stalingrad somewhere right here, which is now Volgograd. And Leningrad is now called St. Petersburg and it's somewhere right here. Let's say they get half of this, right? Who's conquering the rest of this? Who's winning all this, though? It's a tragedy and a pawn of Be careful. The war in Ukraine is a tragedy, a pawn of politics. No, I'm trying to be careful. I'm not trying to like. I'm not. Listen, anybody who's in Russia or in Ukraine right now, listen to this. I'm not. I'm not rooting for no country. I'm against that war. Like, there's too many wars that's going. Like, the world need to stop warring each other. I'm just when I'm speaking to this, I'm speaking to this as a military standpoint. Ukraine is here, right, or somewhere right here. Even if you get this as the Ukraine people, and I'm not doubting y'all's strength of fighting or none of that. I'm not doing none of that. What are you gonna do with all this back here? What about all this? Half of this. As a matter of fact, let me do one better. Half of this, mitad de esto, es igual grande. It's the same. It's not even. It's twice of that. Alex says he translated like this. I know you're a good person and you treat him with respect. Yeah, no, I respect all people. Like I say, this right here, look how big this is, and then let's go back over here. That's probably that's probably as big as this. Not even that. Probably as big as this. This is a big country. This land is defended by itself. The land defends itself. The people that live in it is bonus. I'm just speaking as a military standpoint. This is the main reason. There's two reasons why Russia could never be defeated, and Mussolini was right. It is defended by the size of the land itself and the winter. Those two things defend this country itself. You cannot be Russia in those times. I'm talking about the times before. I don't know now. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying by history, looking at it, look how big this is. This is this right here at 26 veces más grande is 26 times bigger than France and Belgium combined. That's 26 times bigger. 10 times, not even 10. Probably, yeah, 10 times bigger than the United States. I live in the United States. I mean, it's this is just common sense I'm speaking of. I'm not saying it's impossible, and once again, I'm not rooting for no country, but I'm just saying it's the land itself, the country itself defends itself. The people that live there is just a bonus of that defends that country, and you add that with 40 below zero weather in the winter, like it's it's the reason why that it's been undefeated. It's the reason why Napoleon lost this right here. He had to retreat. He had no choice. And the minute you retreating, what you did, you start moving back, they start chasing. Ain't this not the same thing that happened in Leningrad, Stalingrad, and also in the Battle of Kursk when it got hot? It's the same thing. That's why I say history and war always repeats itself one way or another. It may be a different century, but the same thing. When it comes to Russia, it's always the same thing.
French army, and every now and then swept in for a quick attack. Napoleon, fearing capture, kept a vial of poison around his neck. At one point, the Russian armies nearly trapped him against the Berezina River, but a little Napoleon cleverness gave him the old Jeffrey juke, tricking them into thinking he was going south. And
winter in the east hits very hard. When the winter hit,
Russians realized where he.
When the winter hits in Russia, it is something different. It is something different. One. Let me see if I can remember. I think Antonescu, the Romanian dictator at that time during World War II, he said the winter is equal to the desert. The only difference is it hurts a lot more. He said it correctly. Ukraine said, I'm sorry, Alex, he said Ukraine would not be able to invade Russia, though they may be able to expel it from their regions, although they are in war of attrition. I see photos and videos from Ukraine that remind me of World War One. It's the same thing. You know what? That's funny too. You're right, because it's almost like a foxhole war that they playing all over again from World War One. It's amazing how history repeats itself. It's just amazing.
He was and began to close in. The French burned the bridges before everyone could cross. Hundreds drowned and thousands were captured. At this point, Napoleon got wind of plots against him forming in Paris, so he abandoned his men and went back to France. The remaining French stragglers made it across the border. It's been estimated over 600,000 men went into Russia.
And you know what's crazy? He lost 600,000 men. When the Germans started getting pushing back, they were losing men by 600 and 800,000. When Russia was getting invaded, they were losing them by 750,000, almost a million, point one. In Leningrad, they lost, I think it was close to 950,000. That's crazy.
Less than 100,000 returned. Napoleon was now in a very precarious situation. His army had just been obliterated, and the other European leaders smelled blood. Here was an opportunity to take advantage of a weakened Napoleon, regain territory and influence, and liberate Europe from his dirty French paws. And so they began to turn. Prussia soon broke their alliance and switched sides, while Austria declared neutrality. Even Sweden, led by one of Napoleon's old marshals, joined the Allies, partly due to Napoleon's earlier invasion of Swedish Pomerania.
That's usually how
The
it went.
War of the Sixth Coalition had begun. The coalition forces had been reforming their armies, and they were now much better. And the UK had also significantly amped up its financial aid to its continental allies. Their armies quickly advanced through Poland and into Germany. In Paris, Napoleon was understandably freaking out. He needed to put together a new army fast, and he called up over 100,000 new conscripts, mostly teenagers. He also put his factories into overdrive, and he was like,
Hold on, wait.
Mostly teenagers.
Mostly teenagers. Before Berlin fell, who was defending the city then? Old men and teenagers. Alex says DR astronomical numbers. It is. It's astronomical. I mean, it's almost video game numbers. You're talking about 850,000, 950,000. Like, those numbers was crazy. That's why World War II will always be considered the bloodiest war of all time.
Teenagers. He also put his factories into overdrive, and he was like, you, make more rifles. You, build new cannons. You, make more horses. I don't make horses. Then who makes horses? Horses make horses. Explain how. Well, when a daddy horse and a mommy horse love each other very much. Yes, go on. Well, then the daddy horse... I'm sorry, Napoleon. You're 43. I thought you'd know this stuff. Don't touch me. I'm gonna be sick. As it turned out, Napoleon's lack of horses would take the biggest toll on his army, since his tactics relied on speed, maneuverability, and
Horses make
destruction.
horses.
When he took the fight to the Allies in 1813, he did defeat them and sent them running. But lacking cavalry, he was unable to effectively pursue and destroy. He needed horses. For the Allies,
And that's what
being
stopped
defeated
them.
in battle by a
The
man whose
same
army was
thing.
now full of inexperienced
Germany lost
conscripts
because of
was
tanks.
concerning. So both sides were like, hold up, time out. The Allies were somewhat cornered, and had Napoleon kept going, it's possible he could have won. But instead he agreed to a brief truce with the Austrians mediating between the two sides. When Austria demanded Napoleon make major concessions, Napoleon told them to shove it. Having had their terms rejected, Austria felt now they were justified in saying, well, we tried, and they joined the coalition. Okay everyone, look at us. The boys are back together, but Napoleon is still dangerous, so we need a plan. Any ideas? Ooh, I know. No, forget it. That's stupid. Oh, no. I've got it! When he approaches, we run away. Genius. He's a genius. The plan was as follows.
He's a genius.
Wherever Napoleon
Genius.
advanced, whoever he advanced on would avoid battle, allowing the others to sweep in from the sides and attack the French marshals guarding his flanks. Essentially, the plan was, don't try to fight Napoleon, and this plan worked tremendously. The Allies scored a number of victories that saw Napoleon move back to the city of Leipzig, where he would make one last major stand as the Allied armies converged in on him from all sides. The stage was set for the biggest and bloodiest battle of the Napoleonic Wars, the Battle of Leipzig. Almost 500,000 troops from over a dozen nations stretched
The
across
three-day
the
battle.
battlefield. The French found themselves fighting on all sides for 4 days against the Austrians, Prussians, Swedes, and Russians. It's no wonder this battle is also sometimes referred
Oh,
to
yeah.
as the Battle of the Nations. The
Oh,
French fought
esta canal es bien
ferociously, but
funny.
ultimately were no match for
You
the
never watched
combined efforts of the
Oversimplified before,
coalition.
Alex?
At one point, in the midst of battle, Saxon troops allied with the
You
French,
gotta
and the
watch
team
this
huddled
channel.
and were
It's-
like, "Hey guys,
He be having a
pretty
lot
sure
of
the
stuff
French
that's
are
funny,
losing.
but it'd be
Let's
like
switch
war
sides."
related.
And so they did. When it became clear that Napoleon couldn't win, he ordered a retreat across the only bridge over the river. The Allies swarmed into the city, and desperate fighting raged in the streets. Okay, Corporal, after everyone has crossed the river, I need you to blow up the bridge. Okay? Not before everyone's crossed, after. You got that? Yes, Colonel, I'm not 5. I can comprehend time. Good. Wait, did he say before or after? Well, fortune favors
Se
the
mató
bold.
su propia gente.
The bridge was blown early, and 30,000 French troops were stranded and captured. A disaster. And with that, the dominoes were beginning to come crashing down on Napoleon. In the south, an army under the British Duke of Wellington had been pushing the French out of Spain for the past few years, and were now crossing into France. Austrian armies had pushed into Italy, while Napoleon's old flamboyant cavalry commander, Murat, who Napoleon had made king of Naples, decided to switch sides. German states, many resentful after years under Napoleon's thumb, turned against him, and the Confederation of the Rhine collapsed. Bernadotte invaded Denmark, and they were forced to join the coalition, while the Netherlands were liberated. You'd think Napoleon might have seen the writing on the wall, but he was Napoleon, and so instead, he prepared to keep fighting. As attitudes in Paris were already beginning to turn against him, he called up more conscripts to defend the exhausted nation. As for the Allies, they weren't sure exactly what they were aiming for here. A few peace offers were floated that may have let Napoleon keep his position, but the British kept throwing around even more money, and eventually, they all agreed that the ultimate aim was the deposition of Napoleon entirely. And so, Napoleon embarked on one of his most famous campaigns to defend the homeland. He was completely outnumbered, but the Allied armies had split up and spread out. His army was so small that he could move at lightning speed, and he used this to his advantage. In the famous 6 Days campaign against Prussian General Blücher, he attacked from all directions and defeated Blücher's forces 4 times, only suffering a tenth of the casualties he inflicted. Even with his back completely to the wall, Napoleon was still Napoleon.
That's crazy.
Then he turned
Even when
south
he
to
was
take on
cornered, he was
Schwarzenberg's
still
army
getting
in Britain
wins.
and enjoyed even more victories. However, Napoleon's problem was that he couldn't be everywhere at once, and wherever he wasn't, the Allies continued to push towards Paris. He made one last-ditch attempt at moving in behind the enemy lines and cutting off their communications, but Paris was in disarray, and the people were sick of war. One ambitious and slightly treacherous politician sent the Allied armies a letter basically saying, "Hey guys, come on in." And so,
Wow.
they did. The city's defenders surrendered, and as the Allied leaders entered Paris, the people cheered them as bringers of peace. Paris had fallen. Quick, marshals, gather your men. We're gonna launch an assault on Paris. Where are my marshals? They all left and told me to give you this note. Napoleon's marshals had realized what he hadn't. It was over, and they insisted all that was left now, for the good of France, was for him to abdicate. And without the support of his army, Napoleon had no choice. He hoped his son could take his place, but it was decided instead to restore the old Bourbon monarchy. Old King Louis XVI's brother would become the King of France. It was almost like the French Revolution had never even happened. But what will we do with Napoleon? We can't have a hyperactive 44-year-old menace running around reigniting revolutionary
Hyperactive
ideals upon his return.
44-year-old menace
Well,
running around.
Why don't we send him, I don't know, there. The location chosen for Napoleon's exile was the small island of Elba, just off the coast of Italy. Napoleon was to rule over the island, and even got to keep the title Emperor of Elba. The Allies must have been in stitches when they came up with that. When he learned what his fate was to be, he drank the poison he had been keeping around his neck. But it had gone out
The
of date,
infamous
so
poison
instead of
that
a quick and painless
didn't kill
death,
them.
He got a painful stummy-wummy instead. Before he left France, he addressed his oldest and closest guard one last time, making an emotional speech that ended with him kissing their flag. And off he went to exile. The deal that was given to him was actually quite generous. His family were given titles, he was to receive a state pension from France, and he was able to receive many distinguished visitors, all eager to come and meet the famed emperor. And he ruled over Elba well, improving infrastructure and introducing many legal and social reforms aimed at improving life on the island. Hey Napoleon, just coming in to check on how it's all going. Holy smokes! But it wasn't all good. For one thing, he learned of the death of his first wife Josephine and was deeply saddened. He was forbidden from seeing his son and current wife, and in Austria, Emperor Francis had ordered a local count to seduce her, so she would forget about Napoleon. Then, the new King Louis XVIII refused to give Napoleon his agreed pension. He was under constant threat of assassination, and there were even rumors that the Allies were thinking of relocating him somewhere even more remote. But the biggest problem was that Napoleon was once the master of Europe. He had lived a thrilling life of adventure, fame, and glory. Now, he found himself on a tiny island in the Mediterranean, and he was bored. Wouldn't it be nice if he could somehow return to France and reclaim his throne? Hey Napoleon, want to go back to France and reclaim your throne? I would, Pierre. But how? Well, I was thinking we could just take this boat. Will that work? Surprisingly, yes. Pierre, remember when I told you no one would ever kiss you? Yes, sire. Well, pucker up, boyo. Yay. When Napoleon left Elba, it wasn't really
This
a
is
daring
crazy.
escape you might think. He basically had kind of a leaving ceremony, hopped on a ship, and sailed back to France. He brought with him an army of about 1,000 men, and he began his journey to Paris. However, in Paris, there was now a new king, and at first, the people largely accepted him because the
King
last
18
few years
coming
of
through
war
in a
with Napoleon
Ferrari.
had brought immense death and economic suffering.
That's crazy.
That's right. The king is back, baby. Divine right to rule. Don't worry, everyone. I know the economy is kaput, but I and my courtiers will withdraw into this palace, and we will definitely work as hard as we can to fix everything.
Nope, they already knew what time it was with that.
As the Bourbon monarchy began to look more and more like a return to the past, and the returning nobility seemed hell-bent on regaining their lost privileges, the people weren't too happy. And so, Napoleon hoped that his glorious return would be met with jubilation. In the end, the reaction was a little mixed, but many were happy to see their old emperor. Your Majesty, it seems that Napoleon is back and marching this way with 1,000 men. That guy? No problem. I have hundreds of thousands of men. Send them to arrest him. Your Majesty, it seems the thousands of men we sent to arrest Napoleon have all joined his side. Well, I'm off to Belgium. If you ever need a king again, be sure to let me know.
Wow.
As Napoleon continued his journey, the king had sent battalions of men to
The
stop
fact the
him,
man
but
got
they weren't
exiled,
comprised of
came back
Napoleon's
in the
old soldiers,
army,
many
turned their
unhappy
back
with
against
King
King
military
Louis the
reforms.
18th
And so, when
and
ordered to
decided to
arrest him,
side
they
with
simply couldn't do it. In one famous
Napoleon.
incident, the
That
troops
lets you know
began
how
to
much
cry
respect
out, "Long live
people
the
had
emperor."
for him, including
When
his
Napoleon
own
reached
soldiers.
Paris, with King Louis having fled, he entered
King
unopposed
does-
to reclaim his
does
throne. Napoleon
Like the
was
king,
back
yep,
from
that's
the dead.
true.
Okay, everyone, now that we've finally gotten rid of that guy, let's try to make sure something like this can never happen again. What's that doing there? Hey, fellow monarchs. This time, Napoleon promised he would be a mucho good boy and not start any wars. But the Allied leaders were having none of it. They declared Napoleon an outlaw and the illegitimate ruler of France. Then, they declared war, not on France, but on Napoleon himself. And when you have multiple empires declaring war on you as an individual, that's how you know you're a very naughty boy. The Allied powers began making plans to combine their
Imagine
forces
every
and
single
once again,
country in Europe
France
trying to
was the
declare
most
war on
immediate
you
threat to Napoleon,
as an
and the
individual,
British
not
and
as a
Russians hanging
country.
out in nearby Belgium. If
That's when you know you're the
Napoleon
greatest
got
general of all
quickly,
time.
Maybe he could force the Allies to negotiate, and maybe he could hold on to his power. Together, the two armies to the north outnumbered him, so he made a plan to divide them and take them on separately. Historians debate how much of a chance Napoleon had here, but this same strategy of dividing and conquering had worked for him multiple times. He marched north with 125,000 men and took on the Allies in a number of initial engagements, defeating the Prussians before turning to take on the British. But to Napoleon's dismay, miscommunication and hesitation among his marshals allowed both enemy armies to retreat, and crucially, rather than fleeing east, the Prussians moved north, where they could remain in contact with the British. Napoleon sent a force to hold off the Prussians as he moved in on the British, now holding a defensive position at Waterloo. Prussian General Blücher sent word that he would come to Wellington's aid.
This was
if
the
he could just
downfall
hold off
right
the
here.
French.
Alex says, I think something similar happened with the French volunteers. Yeah, that's the same thing that happened when the French volunteers came. Hold on, let me go back one frame. The volunteers came through somewhere. I think Dunkirk is somewhere around here. But by the time they came through, the German army came and already did the sickle cup. Let me pull this back one more. They did the sickle cup move when they cut through the Ardennes. It cut them off right here like that. History repeated itself again. Yeah, you're right on that. I didn't even think about that.
The Prussians moved north, where they could remain in contact with the British. Napoleon sent a force to hold off the Prussians as he moved in on the British, now holding a defensive position at Waterloo. Prussian General Blücher sent word that he would come to Wellington's aid if he could just hold off the French for long enough. Napoleon had to defeat Wellington before the Prussian army could arrive in force, and it was close. The British held the high ground and a number of key defensive buildings across the battlefield. After waiting some hours he didn't have for the ground to dry, Napoleon sent men to assault the Hougoumont farm, but the British-German garrison there held out. French Marshal Ney launched a number of miscalculated cavalry charges at the British lines. The British formed defensive square formations, and they tore the French cavalry to shreds, while one guy chose the absolute worst time to go on a bender. The French did manage to capture a farmhouse directly in front of the British line, and from there, they unleashed artillery hellfire on the British square formations. And as Napoleon sent his Imperial Guard in to finish the British off, a nervous Wellington knew his lines were at breaking point. But the Prussians had earlier begun to arrive, and now they were arriving in large numbers. And after the British held out and sent the French Imperial Guard running, the French lines panicked, fearing they had been encircled, and they began to flee. The Battle of Waterloo was an Allied victory. And with that, Napoleon's hopes of returning to glory were vanquished. He knew he was defeated. He went to the British and said, "Can I please have a house near London?" And the British replied,
No.
Instead, to make sure Napoleon was put away once and for all, they sent him to one of the most isolated and remote places they could think of, a tiny island in the Atlantic Ocean, St. Helena. Here, a deeply isolated and depressed Emperor Napoleon would live the remaining years of his life. His house was a wooden bungalow, not exactly on par with the Tuileries Palace. Much to his frustration, his captors referred to him as General, rather than calling him Emperor. His mail was censored, his visitors were vetted. There was almost no way he could escape such an isolated island. But just to be sure, he was guarded by 2,000 British soldiers.
2,000 British soldiers.
24 hours a day.
And two ships circling around the island.
The victorious Napoleon depict a strong leader, hand firmly in.
If that's not... Hold on. Let me play this
His
again.
mail was censored. His visitors were vetted. There was almost no way he could escape such an isolated island. But just to be sure, he was guarded by
2,000 British soldiers. British soldiers guarding him.
2,000 British soldiers and two ships
that circle 24 hours a day. If that doesn't make you the greatest general of war of all time, I don't know what is. If that don't make you the greatest war general of all time, what is? In fear that you may go back and start another war and retake your country again? Nah.
circled the island 24 hours a day.
If that don't make you the greatest of all time, what is?
And images of the victorious Napoleon depict a strong leader, hand firmly in jacket.
Si tú no eres el más mejor de tu historia, yo no sé qué más tú puedes hacer. Que tiene que tener casi 2,000 gente velándote y 2 barcos rodeándote 24 horas del día. Nah.
You know what? You're doing all right, kid. Napoleon fought one last battle.
He deserved to.
The battle for
He
his
sincerely
reputation.
deserved to continue to
He spent hours
govern
writing
France.
in
No, he
memoirs,
did.
espousing
And then he deserved every right. I understand why they didn't kill him, because they know they would have killed him. They was in fear of triggering another war. But he should still have a say in what goes on in France, even though he was in a remote island, so 500 miles away.
his achievements, recording his greatness, and turning himself and his story into a phenomenal legend. And in this battle, he certainly succeeded. His mark on history cannot be denied. After his defeat, the European monarchs had got to work restoring Europe to its traditional balance and reasserting their dominance. But after Napoleon had spread the influence of the French Revolution, these returning monarchs would have a difficult time regaining their absolute control. France returned to the rule of the Bourbons, but it would go on to stage another revolution, and then another one. Reaction to Napoleon's rule in places like Germany and Italy propelled forward the ideas and feelings of modern unity and nationalism, and his Napoleonic Code still remains the basis of law in various modern countries. The modern world owes a lot to Napoleon's legacy. He remains statistically possibly the greatest military general in history.
I mean, look at the names that's right out there. Julius Caesar, the Duke of Wellington, Takeda Shigington, Khalil al-Wahid, Hannibal Barca, Ulysses S. Grant, Frederick the Great, Georgy Zhukov, and Alexander the Great. When you're atop all of that, like, you are the greatest of all time, hands down. When it comes to a general war, yeah, you beat them out the water.
And his revolutionary military tactics changed the face of warfare.
And then if you look at this again, speed, core system, decisive action, live off the land, divide the enemy's armies, destroy enemies in a quick, decisive battle, innovative artillery tactics, intuitive understanding of the battlefield, good use of intelligence, strike at the enemy lines and communications. Let me take this off. Enemies were often dum-dums, pinch of luck, and more. It's the same thing that happened with Blitzkrieg all over again, but in a modern format. No, the Bourbons are our current king is still a Bourbon as well. Wow. I didn't know that, bro.
He was the last truly great leader to both lead his armies in battle while retaining total political control over a vast empire. There's still hope for Joe Biden, but the man remains somewhat of an enigma, and we still aren't sure exactly what to make of him in some regards. Was he the champion of the French Revolution, spreading equality wherever he went, or did he betray it by making himself an absolute monarch and restricting certain liberties?
I don't think he betrayed it. I think that came with the territory of winning battles and conquering wars.
An aggressive conqueror, hell-bent on bringing Europe to its knees, or was
I believe that right there, though, really bring him to his downfall. Sometimes in war, as a war leader, sometimes you get too greedy and you get beside yourself. And I think that's what happened with him. He got beside himself when he decided to go straight into Russia. That's what really started to go down. I don't think the Spanish War probably triggered it, or the Civil War, but that Russia campaign, that's what really like set it to go downhill from there.
Simply defending himself against an aggressive Europe, hell-bent on reducing his power. Some things will continue to be debated. Napoleon died at the age of 51, officially of stomach cancer, but some believe he may have been poisoned. The British buried him in a tin coffin, inside a mahogany coffin, inside a lead coffin, inside another mahogany coffin. I guess this time, they wanted to make sure he stayed where they put him. In 1840, his remains were moved to Paris, where they now rest under the dome of Les Invalides. The man from humble origins, with huge ambition, ruthless determination, immaculate skill on the battlefield, and a hefty dose of luck, who was determined to make his mark on history, did just that. There is no immortality, he said, but the memory.
There is no immortality, but the memory that is left in the midst of men. That is true.
That is left in the minds of men. And in that sense, Napoleon knew he would.
To have lived without glory, without leaving a trace of one's existence, is not to have lived at all. That is true.
Live on forever. Oh, and to reiterate,
Alex says, wanting to encompass everything ends up being too much. That's true. When you want, it's the excess of having too much and trying to conquer everything that you see.
He was definitely average height for the time.
And he was average height for the time. All right, man. I am officially done for the night. I'm tired. I've been on for, let's see, almost 5 hours. I will catch y'all tomorrow. I love y'all. Y'all stay good. Alex says, when I was 16, I went with my class to Paris. We visited that Pantheon. Alex, what was your first reaction when you seen that Pantheon before I go? Cuando tú visitaste eso, ¿qué era la primera cosa que tú sentiste mirando eso ahí, a frente de ti, con tu clase? In 5 minutes, I'll go to sleep. True. Like, what was your reaction when you seen that Pantheon? If you could let me know before I end this stream. I guess you probably want how brutally expensive and extraordinary it seemed. Wow. Dang, so it was that expensive. I'm gonna look at pictures off stream about it. Anyways, no recuerdo la palabra correcta. No, yo te entiendo. Lo que como brutalmente estaba de maravilloso como se veía a frente de ti. Yo entiendo lo que tú me estás tratando de decir. Y extraordinario como se veía. Like the Versailles. ¿Verdad? Just like the Versailles. Okay. Okay. All right, Papa. All right, chat. I'm done. It's a 5 hour stream. I will catch y'all. I will be on stream either by 10 or 11 o'clock tomorrow. Colossal. Oh, it was that big. Wow. I'm going to look at pictures. Like I said, I'm going to look at pictures of it. Anyways, hey, it was a pleasure having y'all, chat. And I'll see y'all tomorrow at 11 o'clock. God bless. Love y'all. Y'all be safe.